Good morning, everyone. Sorry for some technical difficulties. It's the first time that we're working with Teams rather than Zoom. You discover new things that were easier in Zoom and are less easy with Teams. Or maybe it is us. But anyway, now it is working. I'm glad to see that you're all here, and welcome to day 2 of the colloquium on space cyber power. Yesterday we had a series of paper that we discussed, and we had some interesting discussions back and forth on various aspects of space power, or I should say space cyber power. Today we are in day 2, and actually day 2 reflects very much that power is not one-dimensional. We start the day with a session that focuses on the law and ethics aspects. We continue later with a session that focuses on the role of the commercial space sector, and we end the day and the colloquium with a discussion on a space cyber power and strategy in the 21st century. Thank you again for participating, and I should say very active participation, because this is the format of this colloquium. And without further ado, I would like to invite the moderator of the morning session, Sam Wisner, who is the chair of the board of directors of the Space Isaac, and he's also with the Aerospace Corporation. And I should probably read, because I cannot remember all the things that he's doing. So
neither can I.
And I don't see your bio. Maybe you can say a few things about Kappa. You cannot
Sure.
say probably even half, but a few.
All right. Thank you, Aitan. Always good to see you, and thank you again
better
for
days,
for
better
inviting me.
mornings. I'm all right.
Can you all hear me? Can someone say that they hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Rob, you may not remember, but you were one of my professors at grad school over 30 years ago.
Yeah, thanks for reminding me.
Thanks for reminding. Yeah, I have to remind myself. Well, thank you,
It's
ladies
your
and
fault,
gentlemen. Let me be brief, since I'm the moderator. My name is Sam Wisner. I'm the chair of the board of directors of the Space Information Sharing and Analysis Center, which is the industry-led center that provides operational information and support for the security and resilience of our space systems. It's a global center. I'm also a technical fellow at the Aerospace Corporation, a federally funded research and development center. I've served as chief of signals intelligence programs at the National Security Agency. I've run a couple of cybersecurity businesses, and I was an adjunct professor of cybersecurity policy, operations, and technology at Georgetown University. So as my late mother would have said, she felt I probably would never be able to hold a job, and she was clearly right. If you want more details about my background, my obituary has been published in advance on LinkedIn. So we have a, good, I can make Rob Frieden smile. That's good news. All right. So the session that we're going to be, this session is called Law, Ethics, and the Future of the Final Frontier, continued. Since I think the frontier will never finish, it will always be continued. We have several, papers that are being presented by 3 people. And I'll be very brief in just giving you something of their bios, assuming I can find it, which I should be able to do. We'll be hearing from Vivek Krishnamurthy, Vivek is an associate professor at the University of Colorado Law School, director of the Samuelson Glushko Technology Law and Policy Clinic, a faculty associate at the Berkman Klein Center for Internet and Society at Harvard, and an associate member of the Center for Law, Technology, and Society at the University of Ottawa. Max Fang at Indiana University of Bloomington. He assumed the vice presidency of Space Law Society at the Indiana University Moore School of Law since 2023. His research work focuses on global tech governance through the lenses of law, international economics, and geopolitics. Max has a JD and is currently an SJD candidate at the Moore School of Law. His topics of interest include governance of AI, cybersecurity, space policy, blockchain, semiconductor, and the internet. Max, you will never be unemployed. James Romano, in addition to being our team's meister, is a senior research associate at the Ostrom Workshop Space Governance Lab, holds a JD from Indiana University Moore School of Law, as well as a BA in International Law and Institutions and a BA in Eastern European Languages and Cultures from Indiana University. He's a former Ostrom Fellow and Rumsfeld Graduate Fellow. In other words, these are people who are all more qualified than I am. On the other hand, for some reason, they got stuck with me as the moderator. I expect this to be a pretty active discussion indeed. I think this is going to be this is an exciting topic. I myself am interested in this because I'm more of an operator. I'm a faux academic. I've never done more than teach as an adjunct. Instead, I've run some businesses. I've been an operator, and I've actually run cyber businesses where we've had to go essentially engage in hand-to-hand combat with various opponents. And in fact, I will tell you, a few years ago, I was dealing with an advanced persistent threat at a very that had infiltrated a major U.S. manufacturing company. I won't tell you who they were, but they'd been there for 9 years before my team got involved in having to root it out and remove it and deal with it. And the people who had been running the outsourcing business were shocked to find that this is the kind of thing they were dealing with. They deal with competitors, we deal with adversaries. And I said, well, this is a very different thing. I've always thought, however, that the issue of a human-centered approach to cybersecurity itself was important. As technologists, we tend to spend a lot of time telling people about the technology they're dealing with, the technology of adversaries, and the technology of cyber defense. We forget two things. First, many of these people are not technologists. They're people who rely on the technology. And second, as technologists, we told them for years how useful and easy to use and safe this technology was. And then we've told them they need a PhD in cybersecurity to safeguard the systems that we told them was so secure, that was so easy to use. The question of state responsibility for AI-enabled satellite surveillance. We are seeing AI on orbit. It goes well beyond the blackjack constellation. We will now see operators on the battlefield and operators, emergency responders, who are going to get just not a picture of the area of interest, but recommended courses of action. So I'm very interested indeed in the discussions that are going to be offered. And I want to turn this now over, if I've got the order of operations correctly, to our discussants. Thank you. Aitan, please tell me that our discussants and authors are ready to go.
Just a minute. The discuss.
Aitan, you frozen, or is it me?
Yes, I think it's frozen.
Okay, you can all still hear me.
I assume I am the first discussant.
I think you are.
Yeah,
How lucky for you.
Yeah, and as my American friends say, Professor Bleachar. Okay, but I would like to start very much, but I think Vivek is not with us.
Is Vivek not with us?
I mean, we can do an inquisition. It's not a problem.
If Vivek is not here, maybe we can start with the second paper and then do Vivek's paper in case Vivek will join until then. Just a proposal.
I think that's a good idea. Aitan, can somebody reach out to Vivek and see if he's alive and well and if he has connectivity and remembers that he is on stage today?
James, can you do that?
Certainly.
Okay.
The problem is that Vivek is the discussant of the second paper.
Oh,
That's a problem.
Oh, and
we really need him at some point.
Yes, so we will reach out to him, but I guess since there are two papers for this morning, right? So yeah, I guess what we need is to go ahead with Vivek's paper, and then hopefully until then we will solve the issue with Vivek. Maybe he doesn't have the link.
Okay, so I should start.
Yes, please.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone, and good afternoon, everyone. I would like, first of all, to thank the organizers for making this event possible, and in particular for the first day, which was indeed full of intense discussions. So today I have a pleasure to discuss the paper by Vivek Krishnamurthy. It is a kind of thought-provoking paper, and I enjoyed reading it as a lawyer. So the paper, in fact, turns the perspective from securing space infrastructure and dealing with cyber attacks to users' perspective. So it means that cybersecurity, space security is also about people who rely on space-based systems, as the author says, for the enjoyment of their fundamental rights, most notably the rights to freedom of expression, access to information, education, and participation in public life, end quote. And the author proposes a human-centered framework that will ensure reliable and equitable access to the benefits that space-based systems provide. The whole argument of the paper is built on the analogy with the international law of transit. And the law of transit developed in the 17th century alongside the Westphalian conception of the state to balance territorial sovereignty over transportation and communications infrastructure with the international community's need to access such infrastructure. So it was meant to keep the world's shared routes of communication and exchange open to the international community. And of course, the author presented several examples of such transit laws, for example, International Telegraph Union, or the General Postal Union, or transit rights enshrined in Article 5 of the General Agreement on Tariffs and Trade after the Great War. And the law of transit is based on the assumption that those who control infrastructure, which is essential to international community, do not enjoy an unlimited right to exclude. Consequently, the author argues that transit is a right, not a privilege, and any restrictions should be based on either treaties or on custom. And of course, the transit law applies to entire class of infrastructure like roads, rails, rivers, telegraphs, postal networks. To keep that analogy workable for the individual access to space services, author argues that under the Outer Space Treaty, space is an international commons like the high seas. So there is also applied a distinction between ownership and the jurisdiction. So, for example, with regards to space objects put in the space, is exactly the same as with vessels which are on high seas. So it is possible to send a private space object, but still the launching state will have responsibility under international law. It, however, means only that the states or private owners via specific launching states have presumptive right to access the space by launching an object, a satellite, etc. But there is no corresponding right under current law to access space-based services on fair and non-discriminatory terms, particularly to access the new low Earth orbit constellations such as Starlink, OneWeb, etc. The law thus guarantees access to space for satellites themselves, but not for the humans who depend on them for communication, education, economic activity, and participation in public affairs. As a consequence of this analogy built upon the law of transit, the offer offers three principles of access to space services, which are based on the law of transit. So first of all, such access to space services should be, first of all, non-discriminatory. So any limitations should be restricted and thoroughly justified. Secondly, there should be a reasonable pricing. So these services, space services, should be treated like public services, and pricing should be transparent and reviewable. And the third principle is continuity of service. So any interruptions for commercial or political reasons should be limited and subject to procedural safeguards. So to sum up, the offer focuses on securing access by vesting users with rights and binding space operators with duties. Of course, he acknowledges that operators may argue that transit duties threaten commercial viability or national security. But he underlines that infrastructure on which billions depend should not be governed solely by the prerogatives of those who own it. And from that perspective, any threats to space services, especially through cyber threats or cyber attacks, in fact, are also threats to human rights that depend on it. So that is the whole picture which I understood from the argument made by Vivek. And from my perspective, and if I don't know whether it is a right time to place any comments at that moment, because I think Vivek is still not with us, or should I continue with some feedback with regards to that argument?
Have we had any luck in locating Vivek, James? Hi, Tom.
Not yet. Still working on that.
Well, I think we should proceed with the comments anyway.
Okay,
so I don't
course.
see what harm there is.
Of course. So, I mean, first of all, to the examples that he used, I would add, of course, airspace or train conventions, international transit of people and goods. That could be a good analogy. But, I mean, my main question is whether would expanded access to space services, like this direct access by users themselves, increase the risk of cyber attacks by private individuals. So it may open new possibilities of harm that cyber sphere. Second, I think that the concept that he's applying here by analogy is a little bit similar to so-called public trust doctrine, which is applied especially in US law, that individuals may claim access and protection of specific goods important for the public, which is usually used to navigability of rivers in US law, and it's extended in different states to different goods. So if so, then of course there would be a question about jurisdiction and law enforcement, how we would like to secure such an access and how to enforce such duties, which should be that he would like to put on operators, but perhaps also on the states, launching states, since that responsibility is shared with the states on according to international law. And what such access should mean, in fact, as far as I understand, I think individuals may, I think, buy an access to Starlink even now, but maybe I'm wrong. So these are my feedbacks to his paper, to his argument.
Do you see? Let me ask the first question, if I might, and then I'd like to turn it over to others. Since Vivek isn't here, we'll do the best we can. Do you think that Vivek is anticipating a change in the Outer Space Treaty? This seems to me also to be representative of the development of new norms, which can be very difficult if some countries are operating from essentially different legal or philosophical principles. It's difficult to get them to adopt norms unless you, in essence, do it by an international consensus that compels them to do so. I'm just wondering where this paper falls, what you might think.
It is a paper that is analogy to his previous paper on internet, where he also applies a law of transits to internet. And perhaps you're right that he's thinking about new way of new regime with regards to outer space, and especially so it could be kind of a proposal for human rights in space, kind of new generation of laws in that perspective.
I found your comment, by the way, interesting in regards to the potential for more malicious access in space. In the world of cybersecurity, it's sort of a maxim that the more users one has, the more devices one has. The more devices one has, the greater the attack surface, and that one is more likely to experience an attack when more users, more devices, a bigger attack surface, more things unpatched. So I'm wondering what effect that might have on the approach that he's proposing, because the democratization of the internet has not necessarily, which I think is a good thing, has not necessarily made it safer. It has certainly opened it up. It has democratized the internet to the extent that bad guys have rights too, I guess. That's sort of that's a crude way of putting it. All right, that is my uninformed comment. Are there others who'd like to comment on Vivek's paper, even as we poor fellow? I see Rob's hand is up. I see a couple of hands are up. Great. Rob, let's start with you, please.
Thanks very much. I wish he were here because I want to assess whether we've got a situation of reinventing the wheel, specifically the concept of common carriage. And common carrier is a tradition. It's not atavistic or just laden with old school public utility. I mean, it's still a concept applicable to newer technology, but it's not applicable in most nations to the internet, to Starlink, and that sort of thing. So I understand the duty of care. I understand non-discrimination, but where do you draw the line between those sort of duties and the imposition of common carriage responsibilities?
Anybody want to take that question?
I totally agree with. I had a similar association with common carrier under common law. Maybe Justice Thomas wanted to use common carrier to social media to say that you cannot discriminate, etc. So there was one try to do that. But I mean, are cyber services, space services necessary like infrastructure in terms? Starlink was designed and was implemented, but is there a duty to provide such services? I mean, if you say that it is a right, not a privilege, then, for example, I mean, there should be someone to provide that public duty, public service to others. And I'm not sure if that is kind of a duty that is imposed on other states, on private actors. If something is offered, then of course we can discuss that it should not be like according to free market principles. But that is, I have a similar association that it could be, we have already tools to deal with them.
Thank you. There's another hand raised.
Yeah, hi. So can you hear me okay?
Samiksha,
Yeah, okay,
right?
good. Yes,
Samiksha
yes.
Desai. Thank you.
Yep,
Yes, we
thank
do hear you.
And
And see you.
and so my question is a little bit maybe too disconnected, so let me know if it is, but I read the paper as well very closely, and I'm not a lawyer, and so you know, one of the things that comes up for me in this discussion is really around competition. And so if you're going to follow these sort of transit principles, there's the idea of securing rights and people having access, but then on the other hand, there is this question of how much competition is there in the market and how many options do people have. And so I'm wondering how to sort of extend that way of thinking or that question, which is, you know, more about the market, into this kind of rights-based framework. And it's a broader question because I've been struggling with that with my own essay.
Are you trying to link the expansion of the commercial space market to the question of the allocation of rights?
Yeah, you know, so in this essay, one of the things I remember, you know, he wrote about was not excluding people, so people being able to have access. And we know that over time, you know, competition is really important in democratizing access to infrastructure. So I guess I'm curious about how that ultimately plugs into that discussion about competition.
I'm going to take a crack at this, but I'm hoping other people who have given this more thought than I have will talk about it. I don't have a good answer to your question, but I would say that the amount of competition in this market is extraordinarily is becoming extraordinarily intense. In addition to, you know, to companies like Starlink and Blue Origin and Kuiper, I guess, which is now called Amazon Space. There's a new offering being set up with over 5,000 satellites called TerraWave, which I have to confess I hadn't heard of 2 weeks ago, and I should, you know, it's something I should know. In terms of Earth observation, Planet, Maxar, launch companies like Rocket, the neutron boosters that they're putting up, China's 1,000 Sails constellation, which they're starting to develop, and of course OneWeb, Viasat. So there are many different offerings that are available, and it seems to me that the smart consumer, assuming they have resources, will be able to make some pretty savvy competitive choices. Whether or not that will lead to consumers saying, well, since we now have choices, since I'm not bound to you or you or you, I'd like to clear my throat and talk about my rights here. And if you know, since this is, you know, it's not going to be either a monopoly or a monopsony or an oligopoly or an oligopsony, but you can have many buyers and many sellers. It seems to me that perhaps the sellers will find a way to aggregate their interests if they want to in terms of looking at these rights. This is stream of consciousness from my perspective. I'd like to get other people to chime in. I see a hand raised. Nick?
Hey, Sam.
Is that Nick Saunders? I'm
Good
sorry, Nick. You can't. Don't get to talk. No, go ahead, Nick. I'm sorry.
Good to see you, and I'm sorry I'm not on video. I would.
Why aren't you on video?
I would just offer. I think the line of questions there, Samiksha, is really helpful, as well as then looking at that from Sam's perspective. One thing I would just also invite in here is that there is, a company perspective. You can think about essentially the development of, capabilities in a free market as something that, companies will be self-incentivized to do as long as there is proper revenue and things like that, right? Then you can think of maybe regulations or, impositions from a company's perspective as a load on that market in the free market that then, draws away from the creation of more capacity and capabilities. So then if you think about kind of that element, you can think about a more populated free market. So as you think about a populated free market, then one of the things that I like Sam's framing, clear my throat and, start to ask for my rights around, things when I have choices in the matter. But I would propose that you think about that from the regulatory perspective as the root, where as you think about a global commons, or you think about spectrum and access, that you think about regulating kind of around that root where, okay, if I'm mandating spectrum, or if I'm mandating other things when it comes to, I want choices to be made in the market so there's not a monopoly around that spectrum so that I have those free rights. And so I think the root of your question, Samiksha, from my perspective, would be kind of basically creating regulations around what that commons is or what that shared resource is that, a government, for example, can then impose and then create rights from that main root, if that makes sense. That's just one perspective.
Aitan, I think we have maybe used up all our time here. One last comment I'll make is that I've been privy to some policy discussions with my friends in the US government, and anything that smacks of regulation, for example, in the European Space Act that's currently in draft right now, immediately draws the antibodies into the bloodstream. So I'll leave it at that. Aitan, or James, you guys are in charge of this. Where do we stand in terms of timing, and do we want to move on?
So since we don't have Vivek, let's see, we might push this paper a bit later. Hopefully we can get Vivek by then, but anyway, we will have this paper. But let's see if the participant for the next session are here. Maybe we will start that and see if we can get Vivek until then.
Is Vivek the discussant for this session, for this paper?
Yeah, so Vivek is the discussant for the next paper of Max and James.
I've read the paper. I could do that if you wanted, though I'm not,
you know
I
what,
don't
yes,
have prepared remarks.
So that would be better. We can also have like Max and James presenting the paper, or you're presenting, or
I'll make some introductory comments,
okay.
And then I'm going to turn it over to Max and James. All right.
Great.
All right, and therefore, even though I'm the moderator, I did read the paper, so I'll take a look at it.
Thank you.
First, Max and James, I really enjoyed reading the paper, in part, and this is in part because it took me back historically. I served from 2001 to 2003 as chief of signals intelligence programs at NSA, and that period led to a lot of hard questions about whether or not one could look at metadata and whether or not the observation of human activity, even if it wasn't necessarily covered, for example, by privacy protections in the United States, right? By our constitutional amendment relating to unreasonable searches and warrants, we had ruled that if you can't listen to a person's conversation on the phone without a warrant, you wouldn't need a warrant to know to whom they're speaking. But the question really was, if you can observe their pattern of life closely enough, even if it's excluded from privacy protections, might you learn so much about that person that really it was tantamount to listening in on their phone call or peering into their bedroom? If you know who's coming in and out of their house, and you can look up the plans to the house and, count the, on a public website and count the footsteps and see, where they're going and to whom they're, where they're going and to whom they're speaking, even if that wasn't constitutionally protected, did it lead to an image, to a picture of a person's, as we used to say, pattern of life that was so intrusive? We didn't necessarily ask those questions, I'll tell you in camera, but from 2001 to 2003. But later, people did ask those questions of those of us who were involved. And I started to ask those questions of myself, particularly as I was teaching. So as I was looking at your paper, one of the basic questions I asked is, do we need to redefine our expectations of privacy in a world where almost everything is observable? I would note that the Blackjack program itself has been terminated, I think, at 4 satellites, but more and more, there are more and more expectations of AI on orbit, which will not only take a picture of something, but interpret it, and that interpretation could lead to a very revealing pattern of life. And I was reading an interview with Clint Crozier of Amazon Space the other day, who talked about data centers in orbit, AI in orbit, data centers on the moon. So I think the concerns that are raised in the paper are valid and worth the discussion. In any case, let me turn the conversation over to you guys who might want to amplify or clarify my remarks, or simply determine that I've taken us all in the wrong direction, and then open it up for discussion. And Aitan, I guess as the discussant, that's the best I can do. Authors, over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Wisner.
Please don't do that. Please don't do that. I was only an adjunct. I'm a faux academic.
Got it.
Mr.'s fine, or Sam.
Okay, got it. Thank
if
you.
I hear
Thank you,
Samuel,
Sam.
I know I'm in trouble.
Thank you, Sam. So yeah, glad to enjoy the paper. And actually, this is a very tricky questions about privacy, because privacy itself is a policy concept in international law and in domestic law, obviously. And I think as a spectrum, there's a spectrum of aggressiveness from intrusion to, okay, we have a de minimis tolerance toward privacy violations, at least de jure. And on international law, now we have 2 and 3 regimes governing AI-enabled satellite surveillance in peacetime. I stated it in a very long phrase because that's the limits of this research. It's in peacetime, and it's satellite surveillance, passive surveillance, and it's AI enabled. So I think we can observe in international space law and in the now very new and developing international AI regulations and in international human rights law that we all have national security carve-outs. And national security carve-outs stands for when the states are operating for military purposes, then it's outside the scope of the state international law. So then those international laws and those privacy concerns raised by those international laws will be inapplicable in this sense. However, so I will state these 3 regimes in sequence. In international space law, because that's half a century ago, at the time when those laws are drafted, national security concerns was bigger, and then privacy was almost silenced. So there's few we can observe in international space law regarding privacy protection. And however, in international AI regulations right now, we're seeing in the EU AI Act, the Convention on AI, and also there's a bunch of soft law instruments developing and evolving everywhere, including the REAM declaration that national security carve-outs were actually in conflict with aggressive privacy violations. So in REM declaration, we can see 9 obligations states have to follow, and that might, because it's soft law, that might constitute and I would say that's a state obligations. It's very difficult to say it's a state obligation because RC what things, but state have to follow certain principles that need to protect privacies even in military operations. Also in international AI treaties, such as the AI Convention or the AI Act, the national security carve-outs were also limited to the scope where the operations were exclusively military. So dual-use operations cannot fall under these carve-outs, and then the AI Act and AI conventions will be applicable. Therefore, so there's a promising development in international AI regulations. On the other hand, international human rights law, we also seen security carve-outs, but however, there's a constant debate on the principle of proportionality. So that's where the privacy, the aggressiveness spectrum comes in. So a lot of new developments in human rights law as well, and that will apply to peacetime satellite surveillance, passive surveillance, because we know in wartime there's a new a different set of international law that will apply. So and that would be the main structure of my papers, and I will open to the floor to the audience and the discussion for questions.
Oh, I'll just add a little bit more about the paper as well. So,
James.
as Mex and I worked on this paper, we, in doing so, we were kind of forward looking at what does international law say about privacy rights, specifically related to AI. And in looking to the future, we're looking at what AI could potentially offer in space and what privacy rights might be at issue in the future. The fusion potential for satellites, especially with different ISR technologies that can detect changes in terrain down to the centimeter 4 centimeter scale, in some instances raises serious questions about privacy and tracking purposes, especially related to national security. We took the international law approach, and we definitely could have addressed the U.S. domestic courts take on this and the national security carve-outs from that perspective, but we were more focused on the international and multilateral approaches to privacy rights, specifically within the EU and then international treaties. But the potential for a lot of these AI-enabled systems has the ability to fuse many different types of intelligence, especially using AI and machine learning to do so. So in addition to probably what we're used to, or I guess the first thing we might think of within space signals is location data. And then in addition to that, you have, on the ground data that can be fused and correlated with that data on the ground. So the way AI has been approached most recently in courts, and, a lot of these courts, especially in the EU, the 3 EU courts we mentioned, is sort of responding to privacy issues based on previous assertion of privacy rights. So it's kind of responsive in some ways, but in other ways we're forward-looking in this paper about how these rights may be asserted in the future and what methods the courts might take in certain circumstances to address those privacy concerns. So we have had cases on AI facial recognition, which again could be fused with space surveillance data to provide accurate tracking of individuals. Potentially, there have been use cases of this in the past, but the potential future that we see is one that fuses many sources of signals intelligence, not just from space, but maybe using that and correlating that with on-the-ground data. What we found at least from the different EU courts and international courts was that there isn't consensus on how to approach different privacy rights. And a lot of these national security carve-outs are in place, but that doesn't mean that these privacy rights are not respected, even with those carve-outs. So we wanted to address the potential use cases and the potential areas in the future where we might see privacy rights asserted. AI facial recognition could be one way, but fusing that information with new satellite intelligence could be the next level of surveillance in certain circumstances.
One question I would pose, and this is a question that's been bedeviling me. If I look at China, Russia, these are countries that have taken a sovereignty-centric approach to cyberspace, leaving space alone. But that sovereignty-centric approach to cyberspace, which in essence says we govern human behavior in cyberspace the way we govern human behavior on the streets of Beijing, means that persistent surveillance, not necessarily space-based surveillance, has become the norm, and hasn't really been any effective legal challenge to the use of those technologies as a norm. Is there any prospect, do we think, of separating that kind of cyber sovereignty-centered approach to cyberspace from surveillance from space systems? Or as the two systems, as ground and space systems become increasingly conjoined, and we build pictures based on both ground-based surveillance and space-based surveillance, is it already too late for us to do something about this sovereignty-based approach? Curious to get a response on that. Or is that outside the ambit of the paper?
That's kind of outside the ambit of the paper, but I can have a short response to that, because I think now the sovereignty-based approach hasn't become an international norm, because that's basically African countries and Russia and China's. And however, we are observing a development where the US and EU also value data sovereignties more and more in the past few years, especially on the localized data centers and the barriers we build up on trade over AI. And that said, the space-based surveillance and ground-based surveillance was separated in a conventional sense, and we haven't seen a trajectory in international law that it will be converged in the future, at least not yet. So outer space is special because it's kind of carved out from Earth, and it's global commons in this sense, where there's no sovereignty claims over it right now. And then all the sovereignty claims over terrains, terrestrial claims, or cyberspace are ground-based, at least for now. So the new development, it depends on political dynamics between US and China, EU and Russia, I think. But the convergence is more unlikely, I would say.
Thank you. Vivek is now, there's been a Vivek sighting. I'm going to turn this, Vivek, over to you to provide your remarks as a discussant.
Of course, Sam, thank you very much. I am terribly sorry to be an hour late. I had it in my mind that Bloomington was in the Chicago time zone rather than in the Eastern time zone. And I thought, okay, I'm here to, early to join and on time. And I'm truly sorry for this mistake today. Now, Max, I see you here. Is James also here? Yes, James is here too. So I'm not sure where we are in the agenda. 50 lashes from the
If
tail.
you have, Vivek, if you've prepared remarks as a discussant, there's still time to present them.
Wonderful. I am just going to pull those up right now. So I did prepare extensive remarks, as well as I have lots of comments that I'll provide on the draft itself to both of you. So let me just begin with the discussant sort of summary of the paper as I took it. And, descriptively, this is incredible. I consider myself as someone who's very up to date on surveillance technology and on privacy, but I had no idea really until I read your paper just how far this technology has progressed in terms of the resolution of space-based surveillance, number one, and on the autonomous processing and targeting capabilities that the Blackjack constellation provides. So you're doing, this is a huge contribution, I think, to the understanding of what's happening, just descriptively to say that, wow, most people don't know about this, I think, in the privacy community, which is sort of my community, is the privacy and human rights community, and that needs to be, more attention needs to be cast on that. And I think that your paper does a great job of presenting sort of the compounding challenges that come not just from the resolution of the surveillance systems, right, but the autonomy, right? And there's kind of this multiplier of legal issues that arise from that, which I found very, very interesting. So the way I understand the structure of your paper is that the first part is the sort of technological landscape with this deep dive on the Blackjack system especially. Part two is a presentation of general international law that may or may not be relevant to this, to the governance. And Max, I think you were just talking about the fact that space is an international commons, and what arises from the fact that it's a commons for the governance of these systems, right? So there's a look at the Outer Space Treaty as sort of the primary instrument that governs space and different kinds of operations there. And I think the finding is that there's not much to say, that the treaty is pretty old. No one in the 60s, thought about, I think the sort of idea in the 60s that individual privacy would be implicated by space-based surveillance seemed pretty fanciful, science fiction for sure. I mean, Star Trek was out. I don't think we necessarily thought about things in that way. And then part three, sorry, the other half of part two is looking at AI-specific law, right? The COE Framework Convention, the EU AI Act, and I think here your finding is basically that the national security exceptions to both of these legal frameworks are pretty wide, and that there isn't that much. So in part three, you look at specific developments in specific regimes, right? The political declaration, the re-aim declaration, a quick overview of international human rights law, and then some jurisprudence from the ICJ and the two European courts, which seem to be in some divergence now in terms of the permissiveness of mass surveillance programs. So that's my understanding of my presentation of the substance of the paper. In terms of feedback, I have a shelf of books on human rights in the background. So that's sort of the framework that I bring to your paper primarily. So I'd like to begin with an organizational suggestion for you to consider, which is that it seems to me that your treatment of human rights as a body of law belongs in part 2 of the chapter, not part 3, which is that my view is that there appear to be 3 important bodies of international law that would govern the legality and use of these satellite constellations, right? And that human rights law is not a specific regime that deserves to be treated under the rubric of a new development, but that it's kind of half the deal, right? Or maybe the whole deal, or perhaps the only body of law that has any potential today to start to address the nature of the problem. And I think that's mostly just a matter of organization. That's some of part 3, section 2, where you just sort of survey international human rights law, would more logically fit into the second part of the chapter. To say that we have 3 bodies, and then you could sort of say, hey, maybe none of them are adequate. So that would be my first organizational point. And I also think that makes sense in terms of you frame the second part of the chapter in terms of general international law. And I think that that is an apt description of what human rights law is, at least from my perspective. And that AI law would actually be viewed more as lex specialis than human rights law. Okay, and then sort of the second point related to that is that I understand that you're probably not coming to human rights law as your primary area of legal expertise. But in the discussion, I think it's important to be careful with the terminology about the national security exception to various provisions of the ICCPR, for example. It's not the way that I would think of it. I don't think it's the way that the jurisprudence works, right? The idea fundamentally in human rights law is that some of the rights are subject to reasonable limitation. And one of the grounds of reasonable limitation under, let's say, Article 19, freedom of expression, is national security, and that is subject to a proportionality test, right? And in the different human rights systems, a little different. But basically, all of the international human rights systems, the regional systems, and most domestic constitutional systems outside the US would examine this in terms of proportionality, right? So I think making it clear that that's sort of what's at stake. And that's sort of what is I see as the crux of what you're discussing in part 3 about the doctrinal differences between the 2 European courts, the Court of Human Rights and the Court of Justice of the European Union, right, is a disagreement about how to operationalize the proportionality test, right? And then this sort of leads to a third human rightsy point, which is that one of the problems with human rights, and I think you've identified the limitations of the existing body of law governing space, the existing body of law, weak as it is, that governs AI, is that human rights is very much tied to, at least conventional understandings, are around persons subject to the jurisdiction of a state, right? And there's a lot of contention about, well, what's the applicability of this body of law when a state engages in intelligence gathering, right? Or the abuses are directed to someone who's not under the jurisdiction of the state, right? And where's sort of that, where do we go from human rights law to humanitarian law, right? So I think sort of problematizing that to say that we have a huge governance gap here, right, which is where I think you're aiming, right? You could sort of do that with all three bodies of law that are mostly applicable, I think, to the sort of new technology that you're talking about, right? So then two more quick thoughts, which is that you focus a lot on the European EU AI Act and on European jurisprudence, but the scary tale is about the American blackjack constellation, right? So I think it may be worth thinking about, if you are going to do this reorganization, there is certainly American jurisprudence about mass surveillance, right? And other policy developments that have happened in the US post Snowden, especially, right? That might be worth engaging with. So the work of the Privacy and Civil Liberties Oversight Board that was set up by President Obama after Snowden. You do engage with Schrems and the whole mess around, EU-US data transfers under Privacy Shield and the first Safe Harbor, right? So here, the work of Peter Swire at Georgia Tech would be useful to engage with, and your own Asaf Lubin, right, who is literally writing the book on the law of international law of intelligence gathering, and I know has done. You do cite too some of his work, but I think engaging more deeply, with his analysis of when is this lawful, and Asaf also has an article from 7 or 8 years ago that I think is really relevant to what you're talking about, which is around intelligence gathering from the exclusive economic zone, right, in the law of the sea, which is an area where a state has some sovereign rights over, fishing and whatnot. But the question is, what kinds of activities are permitted in what is international commons, essentially, right, in terms of intelligence gathering. So I think that's an apt analogy to consider, right? Because again, it is a state seeking to gather information about another or to impinge the privacy of individuals from something that is beyond sovereign governance, right? And then I think it's worth it depends. Let's go on a controversial limb here, which is the Re-Aim Declaration. I'm skeptical of how what it means and what, if any, even normative force it has with the current administration, right? Recall that we have a president who says that the only principle that restrains him in the conduct of foreign relations is my own morality, and I don't need international law. If he doesn't need international law, does he need the Biden administration's declaration? I think that, to me, is actually really interesting to interrogate in view of what's happening domestically in the United States right now, and internationally, that we have a pretty lawless administration that's unconstrained. And certainly in sort of people who care about domestic surveillance, real concern about the weaponization of lots of different kinds of technologies against lawful First Amendment protected dissent at home. What does that mean if we have these powerful eyes in space, right? That's up to you to engage with or not, but it's a thought. And then I would just finally close by saying that it seems to me that you're the first to really engage with what I think is a huge potential looming public policy problem, right? And I'd encourage you to claim that space, if you pardon the pun, more aggressively, and to sort of signpost that and to say that, we need a lot more thinking here. And I think your conclusion gestures towards that, but perhaps being more assertive about saying, here's a research agenda or a policy agenda that needs to be pursued, right, to fix these rather enormous governance problems. So it's a super awesome chapter. I learned a lot from it. I think you have all the right conceptual pieces in it. It's just a matter of slight reorganization to me, and of refinement and expanding on your treatment of some of the issues. So well done, bravo. Really great contribution. And once again, my apologies to join late. However, I also have some written feedback that I will send to both of you on specific points.
Vivek, thank you. As moderator, I need to ask our hosts whether or not we have time for any questions. I think we're a little bit behind schedule, but I also think that there may have been a text that places other people behind schedule as well. So do we have time for a question or two?
Yes, yes, we can do a bit. I mean, we did get finally very good feedback from Vivek. So yes, take like 5 more minutes would be okay.
And before that, I would like to. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I don't actually see. Do you want to respond, Max? Max or James?
Please go ahead, please.
No, you go.
Oh, I just like to thank Professor Krishnamurthy for his valuable feedback. That we did have some organizations we have to do after this, and then I really value that we're lacking a U.S. jurisprudence. However, our chapter is way beyond world limits. So I'll see what I can do after we reorganize the chapter. And if James has some response to the ICCPR national security exceptions, because James brought in the human rights law perspectives of this paper. So maybe James can respond to this point.
James?
I think you're totally right. I think we should focus more on maybe how some of these human rights exceptions play out. We attempted to do that to some degree with some of the various EU courts that have similar, agreements. The issue is the lack of case law to some degree regarding these specific issues. We attempted to bring in different cases that had to do with mass data gathering and then AI, but it hasn't come up that there's been specific space-related AI mass information gathering and fusion as an issue before these courts. So we tried to do our best with the case law we had, but we could probably do more. That obviously me and Max probably have not considered as far as the human rights perspective is concerned.
If I may quickly, go Sam, please.
Go ahead, Vivek. Thank you.
Yeah, I was
going
to
see if
say,
anyone had their hand raised.
Yeah, so one suggestion so two quick suggestions. One is on how much goes in this paper as opposed to other things. And I think you can, say that, look, this is a big issue. No one's really explored it. Here's a first stab at this, right? And say, we're going to cover this ground and be conscious of the fact that we're not covering other ground. That's for later, right? And then you just do the follow-up, right? Like in some ways, you might actually consider pulling out all of the jurisprudential analysis in part 3 and saving it for later, and have a follow-up piece that is like, okay, well, we in this paper established this problem space, what's applicable and what doesn't seem, what's the applicable law and why it doesn't seem to work. Now here's the follow-up, right? We're now going to look at European jurisprudence, American jurisprudence, and I don't know, the work of the UN special procedure, special rapporteurs, and see what they say, and find it probably inadequate, right? And then the sort of second substantive point on that is that I don't think that you need to find a case from space to be relevant, right? I think what's relevant to me is the nature of the sort of collection and analysis, right? It's the suspicionless mass collection storage and then the automated analysis, right? And I found I send you a couple of what I think are analogous cases around facial recognition that I think has the same kind of set of issues, different in scale, obviously, because it's terrestrial and localized. But some of the same legal issues come up, right? And I think you can use that to extrapolate principles.
All right, I think we are probably out of time. I don't see any hands raised. Has anybody got a question that I've not yet acknowledged? There is a question from David Chen. Please go ahead, David. Your hand is raised, David. Are you there? You may be muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, sorry about that. Vivek, I also had to look up the time zone for Indiana. I'm in Colorado as well, so don't feel left out. But I did have a question for. I have two questions basically, one for each paper. For Vivek's paper, I was interested in the interrogation of the fundamental tension between the Westphalian system and space as a domain, because that's something that we look at in our paper as well. And it reminds me of the Explorer 1 satellite mission. The mission was not necessarily a scientific mission. The mission was to establish the right of overflight, so that the Westphalian system did not extend into infinity, into space, right? And that was something that I noted. I don't know if that's something that we want to discuss more, but it will be a concept that I think we'll touch on in our paper. And then for this paper, I too was struck by the novelty of this AI system on onboard satellites. And from an operator perspective, I'm sure our Space Force colleagues would be interested to know what kind of cyber vulnerability might an onboard AI system be, especially if it's deployed constellation-wide. If the behavior of the AI can be understood and predicted, what could an adversary do to manipulate, especially if this AI is responsible for the health of the satellite, and not just one satellite, but the constellation? I mean, that presents one of those, if you remember, Derek Tournier, former director of SDA, mentioned that proliferated constellations are designed to be robust and resilient against kinetic single-point attacks, but they are not designed to resist multi-platform effects such as cyber, electronic warfare, or nuclear effects. And having an AI system controlling the health of each of your satellites seems like that would fall into that category as well. So I was wondering if any of the authors would address that. Thank you.
Max, Jim, want to take a shot? Thank you, and thank you, David.
I think the cybersecurity threat to the constellation is
Maybe just quick,
very.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but like since we're well, maybe you can you can do like responses like quick. Anyway, it is the point is more like to get feedback, not it's okay if not as great. So yeah, go ahead.
All right, yeah, I will just respond in one sentence. So I think that right now that's very technical, and currently we don't see any open intel saying that any states have an capability to predict what AI will behave, that I would say.
I actually have a draft paper I've been working on addressing these very issues, but within the scope of our paper, there was a lot to address to begin with, but I think that's a valid concern going forward.
Right.
David, if I could, very quickly, I actually think that space is part of the Westphalian system, that states have decided to treat it for now as a commons, kind of like the high seas, not exactly the same. But if the 20th century is a guide, I think we're going to see the expansion of sovereign rights in space, right? And that's sort of the history of the law of the sea over the course of 300 years, is that states have claimed more and more. And I think that whether that happens through an organized progression of international law or a more disorganized way, which I think your paper is perhaps alluding to a little bit, is sort of to be seen.
Appreciate that. Thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, with that, this concludes our session. I'm going to turn this back over to our host, to Eitan and to Jim. I want to thank our authors, I want to thank our discussant, and I want to thank all of you who contributed to this conversation. Eitan, back over to you. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Sam, for moderating the session and overcoming the issues that we have. Thank you for the authors, for the discussants. Let's take a break now of 10 minutes, and when we come back, we will have the next session, which focuses on the role of the commercial space industry in a space cyber power. So see you all at 10:40 Indiana time, Bloomington, Indiana. Okay. Yes, welcome back, everyone, to the Colloquium of Space Cyber Power. We will now go ahead with session 4, the title of which is the role of commercial space industry in a space cyber power. The moderator of this panel is Christos Makridis, professor at Arizona State University. Is it the right Arizona University, or I'm confusing?
You got it right. That happens many times that people say University of Arizona instead of Arizona State University. And luckily for me, I've never been into the feud between U of A and ASU, so it doesn't bother me. But you got it anyways. Okay,
thank you. And your full bio, we will say when we will discuss your paper. But for now, the floor is yours.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. This has been a really well-executed conference so far, and I know it's going to continue to be. I think that it's whenever you do something virtual, it's tricky and across different time zones, but I thought you've done a really nice job bringing everybody together and everybody that's been here so far. So there's going to be 3 papers during this upcoming session chunk, and as Eitan mentioned, it's really about the study of the commercial space sector and how it's evolved historically, how it's moving. The first paper, I'm just going to go bullet point on the papers that are coming up, and then we're going to kind of go into the first one. But the first is going to be done by Matt Zellner and Captain Samantha Potter, and it's going to be discussed by Francesca Giannoni Crystal and Charles Stotler. That one is going to be focused on some of the challenges that emerge when you do have private actors doing work in an area. I feel the space pun has been made so many times, so I'm going to try not to make it any more times. But it's in an area where there's been so much national security focus. When you have private companies, how does that influence the area? The second paper is going to be by Gregor Blichars and discussed by Roger Launius, and that's going to be taking a historical perspective. And normally in economics, when we do economic history, we go back 100 years, 200 years. This is going to go back to ancient Rome. And so we'll be studying how Rome thought about public property and just kind of the open space, the sea, the air. And then the third paper is going to be Samishka's design and thinking about competitiveness in the space innovation system and having a specific focus on small and medium-sized enterprises. And I will be discussing that. And so without further ado, let's jump into the first paper. And Francesca and Charles, are you here? Let's look and
maybe just the bio of the authors first.
Yes, my apologies. Thank you. So Matthew at Zellner and Samantha Potter are both been spending a lot of time in the national security space as in the kind of legal side. So judge advocate, Matt's a judge advocate, and Samantha is a staff judge advocate, both kind of within the JAG space. So I know that there's a much longer bio that follows, and I'm not doing quite justice.
I have Matthew's bio I can read, and then Yes, so let me start with Matthew's bio. Lieutenant Colonel Matthew Zellner currently serves in the Space Law Division, Operations and International Law Directorate of the Office of the Judge Advocate General in the Pentagon. He holds an LLM in international law from Columbia University and JD and an MBA from the University of Oklahoma, and also a Bachelor of Journalism from the University of Missouri. He is an active duty Air Force judge advocate since 2012. Lieutenant Zellner's assignment and deployments span 9 commands and 5 countries. He has deployed in support of Operation Enduring Freedom with a special Operation Joint Task Force and in support of Operation Freedom's Sentinel. He has served as a chief of several legal office division, piloting number 1 military justice, operations law, and civil law programs, and was also an area defense counsel. He has advised space operation at the strategic, operational, and tactical levels at the headquarters of the U.S. Space Force, the Combined Force Space Component Command, and the Combined Space Operation Center. I do not have the bio of Samantha, but maybe Samantha, you can introduce yourself.
Hi, thanks everyone. I'm Samantha Potter. I'm the co-author to the paper. I graduated from the Air Force Academy, where I received a Bachelor's of Science in English and Legal Studies. From there, I went to Oxford University, where I earned an MPhil in International Relations in 2021. I focused my research on arms control in outer space. I then served as an Air Force acquisitions professional, where I managed emerging tech, weapon systems, and then I completed my JD at Stanford University in 2025, and now I'm serving as a assistant staff judge advocate at Eglin Air Force Base. So thank you so much, and it's great to be here and hear everyone's feedback on our paper.
Yeah, great. So I think we'll move just into the discussant, right? And Francesca and Charles. And Francesca and Charles, you are here, I think. Francesca is kind of described as a lawyer of lawyers for international law. And which of you will be starting?
I'll be starting.
Okay, sorry, Charles. Go for it. I should have introduced you first.
No worries.
Do a better job than me. So please go for it.
Thank you so much. It's good to see everybody again. Having participated yesterday, I think many of you already know who I am, so I'll spare you any introduction on my behalf. And so I'm going to take the lead on introducing the paper and making some remarks about it, and then Francesca, I think, can chime in and pick up on anything I may have missed. I want to thank the authors for the paper. It's really novel and interesting, in particularly in the proposals that are made, which I will get to momentarily. But first, a brief synopsis of the paper. I think the best way to introduce this paper is to use some of the words of the authors themselves, and specifically what this paper is about. And I'm quoting here from the paper. It's about the emerging reality that regulates states to mere customers at the mercy of private firms, especially when the latter is central to an armed conflict, and how this risks undercutting the decade-old foundation that has thus far kept outer space relatively stable and cooperative. And I think that encapsulates the best about what this paper is about, at least in describing the problem. The authors begin, so the paper is broken into about 4 parts, and the authors begin by discussing the rise of corporate power in outer space. And so they walk through the transition, and it truly is a profound transition that the authors describe, which has occurred over the last several decades with the influx and increase of private actors in outer space. And they pick up on several things that I think has been very notable in literature in the past few years. Obviously, the mega constellations controlled by private actors is significantly changing how we do things. Government reliance on those things is something they pick up on. But one of the more interesting things they mention, only in passing, is the influx of capital, private capital into the space industry, and how that's reshaping how things are done. I think it's a really important point. And I'm not sure if this paper warrants additional treatment of that, but I'd love to hear more about that. And so that might be one aspect that could be bolstered a little bit in the introductory parts. But what's most interesting about the introductory part is a discussion of what the authors describe as exclusively governmental functions and whether or not there are exclusively governmental functions. And this was done in conjunction with, later in the paper, talking about private military contractors, where they fit into both domestic and international legal situations, and analogizing, for example, what SpaceX is doing and the services they're providing in Ukraine that enable Ukraine to conduct military operations, and analogizing those to private military contractor operations, which is a very useful analogy that the authors leverage. But on the first part, what's I think interesting about this discussion of exclusively military functions or exclusively governmental functions, is where the metes and bounds of private actors' activities and purely governmental function begins. This has been subject to a lot of debate, and so I mean, as a recommendation that the authors are interested, I think they could look at things like there was a symposium a few years ago based upon a paper written by Frederick Megre about inherently sovereign functions and how much can be outsourced, how much can be privatized. There was a lot of literature during the Iraq War and Afghan wars, I think, about the use of private military contractors. So there's probably a lot of resources that could be leveraged there to sort of better inform the reader about the metes and bounds of what is an exclusively governmental function. I think the authors did not go into that, and I'd love to hear from them about this in more depth, because that could create a thesis. And I think they wanted to get to some of the more interesting and novel proposals that they make, which I too will get to in a moment. So after providing this background and demonstrating how, situations like Musk having the ability to turn on and turn off Starlink, in effect, operate like a state from the perspective of determining international affairs, the authors then move into how the law creates a mismatch in legal and ethical frameworks. And here the authors go into something that we've been discussing at length throughout the conference, is the responsibility for states for non-governmental activities pursuant to Article 6 of the Outer Space Treaty. And indeed, they provide a really great summary of how Article 6 works in their third part of the paper. So I recommend that to all of you. And I noted that the authors also, they sidestep having to go into an in-depth discussion on neutrality law, which I think is probably also important for this paper from the perspective of getting to their proposal, and also preventing the paper from ballooning into a thesis. But I think that that discussion about neutrality law and its effects, the authors mention at a certain point in time that they question whether the activities of private commercial space actors could drag a state into an armed conflict, which is directly relevant to neutrality law. And they reference and leverage an excellent paper on neutrality law in space written by Jimmy Gutzman, but there has been some literature since then that also might be incorporated that I think is really important. This question of the role of neutrality law and the nature of qualified neutrality, I think, is going to become increasingly important as we see more and more great power competitions, and particularly when they're leveraging commercial space actors. So it was refreshing to see that referenced in here. But again, without it expanding into a massive thesis, I don't know how you would do that, but it would be, I think, one recommendation of mine might be to explore a little bit more the metes and bounds of neutrality law and private commercial space actors. But where the paper really really starts to soar is when it comes to how do we tackle these problems of the outsized influence of commercial space actors in international affairs, particularly for military conflicts. And the authors present in the following part an avenue whereby states can reclaim state control and enhance corporate accountability. And they use effectively what they describe as a hybrid approach. I think it's a novel approach. I think it's very interesting. And what they say is that effectively, and I hope they can fill in and correct me if I'm wrong on this, but that we sort of need all the tools in the toolbox. And so they describe 3 different avenues wherein states can reclaim control. One is through corporate governance. And so leveraging things that have been used in the past vis-a-vis corporate governance from the perspective of creating committees within corporations that function similarly to institutional review boards that the authors describe. Institutional review boards governed by the Code of Federal Regulations that are oftentimes employed. That this might be a model that could be used to better inform corporations about the ramifications of what they might be doing and how it could affect international relations. So the idea being embed in these committees that would function like institutional review boards, folks who are extremely knowledgeable on international relations and space activities, former military officers, intelligence officers, political advisors. And that's and again, this not being the only thing to do, but being one of the tools that can be leveraged in order to avoid the states being at the mercy of private corporate actors vis-a-vis international affairs. The second thing they mention is so domestic institutional changes to corporate governance. Second, changes to international law and how we approach things. They briefly mentioned perhaps an amendment to the Outer Space Treaty. I think that's rather fraught. Because to open up that agreement could be opening up a whole new can of worms. And unlike other opinions, and obviously opinions differ on this, I think that the instrument is actually still fit for purpose because it's so broad. It's a treaty of general principles. And wisely, then they pivot to soft law instruments for better informing what the metes and bounds of the treaty obligations are. And they mentioned the Montreux document dealing with private military contractors, a soft law instrument that was created in the wake of all those activities that I described earlier with leveraging private military contractors. And so better fleshing out the relationship between states and corporate space actors vis-a-vis things like international humanitarian law. And I think that's a really good, that coupled with corporate governance restructuring being a really good idea. And then they go on to describe how this framework could be used how these tools could be used to create a hybrid theory of space power, leveraging these different tools in order to see, as the authors so using international soft law as well as domestic regulation in order for states to get their hands around this problem. A few remaining comments on things that are particular comments that might bolster a few of the points that we talked about in this paper. The relationship of private corporate actors to international humanitarian law. To bolster this relationship or the description of it for the paper, I was thinking you might point to a statement by Konstantin Vorontsov, who was a Russian delegate to the First Committee of the UN General Assembly, wherein he said that these private actors are effectively could be subject to targeting, effectively saying that international humanitarian law applies to them, and acknowledging that they can be part of an armed conflict, which then gets you into, I think, the neutrality discussion again, like what are the metes and bounds of these private actors' activities that might drag a state in. The other thing on this is the authors did mention, I mentioned that they talked in depth about Article 6 of the Outer Space Treaty, and attribution. I think the nexus between attribution for Article 6 the legal link for neutrality purposes, and then whatever those say about the application of international humanitarian law needs much more work from scholars. Like whether the legal link for a neutrality law analysis is the same that you would employ for an Article 6 attribution analysis, the same, I think is a really interesting question. Again, without this blowing up into a thesis, I'm not sure it could be treated here, but it could be mentioned as teeing up something for another author to pick up. And along those lines, I speculate whether some of the things that we described in our paper on different interpretations of Article 6 that might diffuse the direct attribution might solve some of those problems. And on that, I'm thinking about Curtis Schmeichel's interpretation of Article 6, which we mentioned in our paper, which is vastly different from Bing Chen's approach. And so those are, and finally, one last point, I hate to take up all the time, but the authors also talk about cooperative frameworks at the international level. And there's, I think, a very fascinating article by Brian Israel, who's a former delegate to COPUOS on behalf of the United States, it's about remote sensing, but he talks about various cooperative frameworks in there and puts forth the structure as to like when states might choose one framework over another. And that might further inform the one element of the hybrid approach that's described by the authors, which is that we need some kind of cooperative framework at the international level along the lines of the Montreux document. But there are other options in that paper that are described that also might be of interest to a reader. And those are that's my summary and some comments. I don't know if Francesca wants to chime in as well, or what the process should be if we want to go straight to the authors. But thank you. It was a great paper.
Yeah, very
Charles.
quickly. I also like the paper very much, and if I may, I would stress more the part in which the accountability. So, in my opinion, it is not that Starlink, just to make that the more flagrant example, would be totally unaccountable. As Charles mentioned, for example, Russia could have had. I wouldn't say a viable reason to strike them down, of course, but it wouldn't have been far-fetched if they really take part into the action. I mean, that could have happened. So they're not totally unaccountable. And also, of course, they could target Starlinks with sanctions. So Russia could impose sanctions on the company, on SpaceX. So that for saying that the private company, they're not living in a total reign of impunity. In my opinion, also, the idea of modifying Article 6 in these days and times is not very viable because we can do that. I mean, we're simply not the geopolitical situation which is ideal for trying to modify Article 6. Instead, the idea of the Montreux document, so having the equivalent of the Montreux document for the participation of private actors into basically quasi-governmental activities, I think it's very viable. And having a document like that is soft law, but is, I understand, quite authoritative. And in my opinion, however, perhaps the most actionable action in this particular case is using the licensing procedure. So, of course, for example, the US at the moment doesn't have a unified licensing procedure for space activities. But I think they will adopt one soon. I mean, there have been some movement towards that step. And of course, other countries can have the same. That would be a way to rein in the activities of the private actors. So, for example, when a SpaceX is licensed by the Department of Commerce to pursue its space activities, I mean, the respect of some guidelines that can be put together by the government could be a condition for the maintenance of the license. And lastly, I have some concern about the hybrid system that would give a place to the table to these big companies. So it's a great idea. I mean, having somebody inside the companies, a liaison to the government, if I understand that one, was one of the suggestions. However, we want to avoid that if private actors participate in governance, we want to avoid the risk of exclusion of smaller actors, or a risk, I think, also of, let's call it, a regulatory capture. So these bigger companies that are the one that are actually participating in these quasi-governmental functions, they will directly influence, and not indirectly, because indirectly they do, but directly influence the regulation. And so all of this, I think, maybe you don't want to expand in the article, but maybe in a footnote, just to account that the hybrid approach in which you would give really a seat at the table to the private actors could have some downsides if it is not properly reined in.
Thank you. So just to keep us on time, Samantha, do you want to jump in with any immediate reactions to the feedback that you've gotten so far, and then open it up for broader audience?
Yes, absolutely. And then I'll also want to have space for my co-author, Matthew Zellner, for his reactions as well. So I just have a few comments. Firstly, thank you both for your feedback. It was very helpful. It's always nice having a second, even third, fourth set of eyes on it. Some particular emphasis items that I know me and my co-author were struggling with while we were writing the paper is how much do you go into these rabbit holes of things like what is an inherently governmental function in space, or neutrality law in space. And we actually have a paper forthcoming in JSL where we tackle that question a bit more, and also tackle the targeting framework for Starlink satellites, that depending upon the type of support they're providing for Ukraine, they could be a lawful target. And so maybe bringing in some of that work, and then also, Charles, some of those suggestions you made as well into the paper could make it stronger. I also particularly appreciate, Francesca, your suggestion on the negatives of having embedded governmental actors potentially in companies, and what that would look like for regulatory capture. And at least when I was drafting, working with my co-author on that, I don't think I thought about it in the other way. And so that's going to be something we'll continue to think through and maybe definitely address to make the point stronger. But Matt Zellner, I'll turn it over to you next.
Yeah, thanks, Sam. And thank you so much, Mr. Stotler and Ms. Giannoni Crystal. Those were phenomenal comments. Took a ton of notes. Just kind of piling on a little bit, and I'll make a couple other points. But yeah, footnote 33, we also did a small piece in the Stanford Space Law and Policy online publication, a brief piece that talks through and walks through why they're targetable and how and all of that. And like she said, in the JSL piece, I mean, we spend a lot of time going through the entire neutrality analysis through Article 6 and how that attaches. So that'll be coming out hopefully pretty soon. In addition, yeah, we go into targeting and why as well. That's one of the reasons why we didn't want to go too much into that here, is because we already have something out for publication that really goes into those things. And on the inherently governmental functions, I can tell you that's such a moving target. We talked so much about that when we were writing it, because I can tell you that I had the privilege of advising General Saltzman, the Chief of Space Operations, a couple months ago on this exact issue. And I can tell you that because the regulation and the current guidance that's out there in law and policy, it's just suggestions and what isn't. And so you deal with that every day in an operational context in terms of sensor to shooter and your targeting cycle and your loop, and how far left of just pressing the button is that. And so that's just, it's really difficult. And I mean, I agree with you though, Mr. Stotler. I mean, that's an entire paper. That's an entire piece that really could go down into small bits and pieces of where it is, because I can tell you, we had those arguments and those discussions on the ops floor probably once a month, because you now have so much commercial imaging when you're targeting and you're doing kinetic operations. So thank you for that. Thank you for picking up on that. We almost didn't want anybody to pick up too much on that because we know it's such an issue. And then Ms. Francesca, Great comments. And yeah, we hadn't thought as much about necessarily the downfalls, but something we really wanted to do here was, rather than just say the US needs to put more into licensing and supervision, because anytime you're talking to corporate actors, especially that get licensed through the US, obviously they'll always complain about regulation. But that is a constant issue, is that these things take years to get a license. And so a lot of times these companies will go to adversaries. They'll go to other countries because it's so difficult to get any sort of license. So our real approach that was admittedly very novel here was to say, instead of putting it on the domestic licensing regime, let's step away and say, okay, it's on the corporations, or let's see what the international legal regimes can offer us. So definitely well taken point, and we didn't go into probably the downfalls and pitfalls like we should have that you picked up on, but that it was definitely a purposeful, novel approach to say, who else can we kind of pin the rose on a little bit?
Etan and then Vivek, I see your hands are raised.
I will be quick, as to leave more time to others. I really like this paper. It is a spot on issues, and like the Starlink decision to give or not to give Ukraine. Usually, it's decisions that would be accepted at the Secretary of State or Defense, or even the President, and not the CEO. I will share with you a draft article. I haven't published it yet, but it does touch on it. So maybe you will have some inspiration there. My line of thinking there was kind of like that the strong division that we see between a private entity and the public entity. First, it wasn't always like that. It was much more mixed a few centuries ago, and also going forward, if corporate actors do have de facto key power, basically greater than most countries, maybe we would want to give them a seat at the table of governance, because they are a player, whether we like it or not. So I will share with you the paper, and that's it for me now. Thank you.
Thank you. Vivek, do you have I see your hand raised as well.
Yes, hi. Thanks so much, Samantha and Matt. This is a great paper. Samantha, always nice to see an MPhil in International Relations from Oxford. I did mine too many years ago to mention. A few thoughts for you. So let me preface this by saying the French have this idea of déformation professionnelle, the idea that you see the world through your disciplinary lens. So I'm going to offer my lens as someone who's an internet law person for the most part and works on human rights, right? Which is that a lot of what you say in the corporate governance piece of your paper in the second half resonates with me in terms of internet law debates that we've had for a long time. So, for example, Cloudflare, right? When does Cloudflare protect someone or not? What is their policy, and how do they exercise their power? Or Brad Smith's famous speech a few years ago about Microsoft and other tech companies being digital Switzerlands, which they've kind of walked back over the years, right? So I think there's actually a few different frameworks that you can think about corporate power in relation to Starlink and the constellations, right, based on terrestrial examples. And I think you gesture a bit to a few of them. So let me give you a couple of ideas, right? One is when it comes to private military contractors, something called the ICOCA, the International Code of Conduct Association, right, that seeks to govern set a code of conduct, right, that on this. There's the voluntary principles on security and human rights in the extractive sector, right? So there's a lot of work that has been done in adjacent fields that I think you might draw upon, if not necessarily in this paper, perhaps in future work, right? Also in spyware, the Pall Mall process to regulate this public-private nexus of power. Second, I would argue that you might want to situate this project in a larger historical framework, because we've certainly been talking about corporate power in this way since at least the East India Company and the impeachment of Warren Hastings, right? What happens when private companies become engaged in statecraft and in, kinetic activities? So I think there's a larger frame that you could put this in terms of thinking about what's the role of the state, what's the role of the company. And then the third thing in terms of a governance regime is sort of my bread and butter, which is business and human rights, right? If you're Microsoft thinking about these issues, right, that's usually the frame that you use, at least when there's not a state of war. And now tech companies, the internet companies, are thinking about this in terms of their obligations or not, or responsibilities under international humanitarian law. And that's a conversation that's happened in the tech sector post-Ukraine, right? With a lot of sophistication, like Facebook actually thinking hard about Article 20 of the ICCPR and saying, hey, you know what, propaganda is okay if you're defending yourself against offensive war, right, or unlawful war. So it may not belong in this paper per se. You might want to gesture to it, but if this is your research agenda, there are many other rich veins to sort of probe that you can sort of use to develop this topic area and the questions of governance that you're interrogating.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Vivek. Alfonso, and by the way, before we be moving on, I should actually pause and say, Matt and Samantha, is there anything that you want to go back and forth with Itan and Vivek based on the comments so far around framing and or feasibility? I'll pause for a minute.
I'll say that the point that Vivek just made about really going back historically, talking about East India Company, I think that there's a lot of opportunity to go back, before the mid 2000s, essentially, with PMCs that can look at, again, and this has been an author comment, throughout yesterday as well. Obviously, we have a word limit, so we kind of were somewhat limited. But looking at not just in the last, 25 years, what have people been doing, but I mean, there could be potential solutions or tidbits we can take from, 400 years ago. Because as you say, I mean, this has been an issue forever. And so that's something I admittedly don't think, Sam, I don't know if we really thought about it in those terms or that scope, and that I think would be extremely helpful. But great comments, all of them.
Super. I think we're running a little bit tight on time, so I'll say, Alfonso, do you want to jump in with a quick additional, maybe last comment?
Yes, so very quick. I really enjoyed your paper, and I think my paper covers also some of the aspects that you covered here. And actually, I was very happy to see you using the terminology of quasi-sovereignty. I actually use corporate sovereignty, but I was killed yesterday by the person who was commenting my paper, saying that I couldn't use that terminology at all. But I just want to raise your attention that for me called very much it's when you talk about inherently governmental functions, I wonder if this should be the correct term. And I want, so my reasoning is this one. If inherent governmental functions reminds me the language of Article 5 on draft articles. And the fact is that Article 6 establish a completely different system of accountability liability for state, which falls under Article 55 of the draft article. So it's the lex specialis. And I don't know if someone reading this goes immediately to Article 5 when the treaty establishes a completely different regime of liability for state. And then I think I missed in your paper a bit the debate between the Russian delegation and the American delegation precisely regarding Article 6. Then my very last comment, maybe because my area is autonomous weapon systems, I really struggle when people start using terminology like accountability gap, because accountability gap seems that the law as it is does not provide solution for the problem. And I actually think we can question, and I very much question if Article 6 is an appropriate article, but I would struggle to see an accountability gap here, but this probably is just language, so it doesn't matter. But I really enjoyed your paper, and thank you very much for it.
Okay, great. Yeah, I mean, kind of zooming out a little bit, I'll just give two quick reflections before I think, Eitan, we probably need to move on to the next one. So I don't want to slow us down too much. But yeah, really interesting. And I appreciated the remarks just from the various questions that came up now around ranging from framing and casting it within previous like internet policy debate, and then also just this question of I mean, what's feasible versus what should we maybe reach for? So I appreciated that. And then to learn about the other ongoing working papers and forthcoming papers that you have out, Matt, that it looks like it's part of a much broader stream of projects. So without further ado, unless Eitan, you want to jump in with anything, I'm just going to go over to Gregor's paper and introduce him, and then Roger. Okay, perfect. So let me introduce Gregor Blicharz. So he's an associate professor at the Department of Roman Law at the Faculty of Law and Administration of a university in Krakow. His work focuses on Roman law in comparative perspective and on comparative freedom of religion and freedom of speech governing the commons. He has held visited appointments throughout Europe, and including at George Mason University. And since 2020, he's been teaching classes on the commons and Roman legal framework. So it's really interesting to think about just what previous civilizations have had to say about governing the commons. And then I'll just give a quick intro about Roger Launius before turning it over to Roger to start the discussion. So Roger is former chief historian of NASA and former associate director of the collections and curatorial affairs at the Smithsonian's Institution's National Air and Space Museum. He's the author of multiple publications, NACA to NASA, to now The Frontiers of Air and Space in the American Century, that came out in 2023, Apollo's Legacy, the Space Race in Perspective from 2019, Reaching for the Moon, A Short History of the Space Race, also in 2019, The Smithsonian History of Space Exploration from the Ancient World to the Extraterrestrial Future in 2018, and The Perfect World, Perfect Societies, The Persistent Goal of Utopia and Human Spaceflight. Number of papers, Journal of British Interplanetary Society, and others. He's a recipient of NASA's Exceptional Service Medal and the Exceptional Achievement Medal. He's been a guest commentator on space history for all the major television and news networks. And I want to welcome Roger to start the discussion on the second paper, Lessons from the Ancient Romans, Public-Private Governance of Sea and Air Frontiers.
Okay, well, thank you very much. That was a mouthful about me and more than was actually necessary. But anyway, my happy task today is to talk a little bit about the Roman legal and organizational strategies. And one of the things that you learn from this, we've learned it in other papers as well, including one that was just discussed, is that there's really nothing new under the sun. As a historian, I take that as actually an article of faith, but not necessarily everybody would agree with that. But in this particular case, I think we see a whole bunch of really interesting connections with issues that we're concerned about today that go all the way back to Roman times. Obviously, they didn't have a concept of flying into space, but they certainly had a concept of how to govern a commons. And I really saw in this paper 6 major themes that I'll just illuminate very, very quickly. Sort of the first would be the Roman concept of common resources. They developed a notion of what was common to all, and specifically air, water, and sea resources. And these underpinned a lot of legal debates about the status of how they would operate. And I would suggest that they enable us, and the author did as well, to look at this in the context of space in the 21st century. A second theme is the legal status of seashores, and especially in the context of how do you understand the seashore process, its temporary nature, and respectful use and public benefit of it, that all should have access to it. And the author draws analogies between the Roman seashore and the laws of management, and how that might be applied to Earth orbit. And I would suggest that there is some very common elements there. Some of them are related to the Outer Space Treaty, which we've discussed in a fair amount of detail in this meeting. So these analogies between seashore law and orbit suggest that satellites in in low Earth orbit or even high Earth orbit, geosynchronous orbit, are akin to temporary huts on the seashore, with the Romans specifically protected, and that others should respect the use of these, but they were ultimately temporary and part of a shared commons. So that is a concept that I think applies pretty well in space as well. The third area that the author talks about is cybersecurity and space governance. The increasing involvement, we've heard a lot about that in the conference as well. Increasing involvement of private sector actors in space and their decisions to do things that might fall outside the norm in terms of what we're used to in the past with governmental actors. And the need for new governance models as a result of this development. The Roman approach took a decentralized problem solving and universal jurisdiction approach toward this. Specifically, they were thinking about pirates in the Mediterranean. And that particular area, and we may well see space pirates. I mean, after all, they were a part of Dick Tracy too. And I was a kid growing up when I read the comic strips. But we may well see that in the context of space activities in the future as well. So is this a model that might be used in terms of dealing with these kinds of legal issues in the future? A fourth area is risk mitigation and liabilities, another area that's been talked about a great deal at this conference and in every conference I've ever gone to relative to space activities. And the author specifically draws on maritime law that the Romans developed, and the liability principles that it put into place suggests that a strict or shared liability as practiced in Roman law could inspire modern space insurance and alliances to protect against cyber and kinetic threats. I would ask the author to elaborate on that a little bit further in any revision, but he may want to address that in context of this discussion today. A fifth area is public-private partnerships, one that has also been very much a part of the discussion about space activity, certainly since at least the 1980s. And I would suggest that there are enormously useful and significant models that might be applied to all kinds of space activities, looking just in the American past in the context of public-private partnerships and how we might undertake certain types of activities that are deemed risky but beneficial and expensive. And then finally, the author talks about solidarity and correlative rights. A saying in the English version, "He who owns the land owns it to the skies," is a question we've talked about as well in the context of overflight rights and a variety of other things in this particular conference and in other places as well. Is this a model that we might be able to modify to use in some particular way as we move out into space, especially into cislunar and translunar space, where low Earth orbit and even geosync orbit is a different regime as we think about this? Can we balance state and private interests for the collective good? And the collective good is a big part of what this paper is about. It's a very fine paper. I applaud the author for the work that he did on this. It's something that initially you might not think of as something applicable to space and security issues, but I think it fits very nicely. With that, I'm going to end my comments and allow the author to say some things as well as anybody else who would like to make some points. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. I appreciate that discussion. Gregor, do you want to come to the mic?
Yes, of course. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Roger. I appreciate very much your analysis and your feedback. It's a great honor to have you as a discussant. And absolutely, I would like to confirm that it is not an obvious thing that Roman law can be applied to space, or someone may argue that Roman lawyers would like to be everywhere, even today. But at the same time, we also associate ancient Rome with a superpower. So it's also about exposing power today and how we define power. It's also a legacy of Roman law. So you asked me specifically to refer especially to that principles with regards to strict or shared liability with regards to the space. And it is exactly what I think is a little bit maybe troubling with regards to the current outer space treaty, that somehow liability is attached to the state, I mean to states, to launching states, which is a kind of intermediary and is a kind of perhaps not the most up-to-date model with regards to the new private actors who are entering that space and who are not as much liable as they could be, although they are becoming more powerful actors than before. So from Roman law perspective, everything comes down to like decentralization and to sharing liability between. So they were not interested, although they created a mega organization. In fact, they did it on the principle of subsidiarity or principle of decentralization or pluralistic liability. And that's why I thought that perhaps in our cyberspace environment today, perhaps a kind of not top-down model that will apply to everyone across, which would need to be approved by consensus by international community, is the best way to raise the security of cyberspace infrastructure, but perhaps like small communities, alliances between private actors or private or different states that are engaged in the space sector, they can create a kind of soft models that will govern only themselves. As a kind of analogy to what happens in the airspace sector, airline sector, where you have like different communities or different blocks of airlines that belong to specific alliances, and then they preserve like the performance level, security level, etc. Others they can also operate, but they don't offer such security as other airlines. So it could be like a kind of a analogical model also for space cyber security sector. And I mean, in maritime law, it is still a law of the sea. It's still applied ancient Roman idea of so-called Rhodidian law, so that if anything happens during the sea voyage and we have to rescue the ship, then for example, we have to get away from pirates, or we want to avoid a storm, we can throw out the most heavy goods that are on the ship to make it lighter and run faster. And then everyone, if it succeeds and we are safe back in the port, in the harbor, then everyone will pay a share. Just to to allow those who lost their goods to be reimbursed, but also that not the captain or the owner of the ship will be responsible for everything. So in our cyberspace environment, perhaps that shared a kind of a private or contractual based insurance upon possible attacks and damages caused by cyber attacks in space. That could be a kind of a model that we can learn from Romans. Obviously, it's only analogy, but it's a kind of a principle of shared liability based on contractual insurance that can be used between different private or public actors in the space.
Thank you. Let's see. Shall we open it up for the broader group now?
Well, I think so, by all means.
Let's do it. My main question is, why didn't you write a story about the Greeks and what they had to say about the law? But
we usually say
Just
that
kidding.
Greeks have no idea about law, but only they had notion of law. These were ancient Greeks.
Yeah.
It was about public law, and I think that from Greek law you can learn especially about constitutional things. So it could be a good comparable framework for like relationship between the states. And how to run a mega organization like the Alexander the Great. So it's another very good example of. But I'm like a Roman law, so I did not dwell into Greek law
I'm
so
just
much.
messing with you. Yeah, no, this is great. Yeah. Vivek, I see your hands raised.
Thank you. This is a fascinating paper. I learned so much. And I have a historical interest as well, so this is very insightful. I have a question for you. It's a genuine question, right? So Rome obviously had basically a huge empire that eventually gobbled up all the polities to the adjacent to it, except for some territories that it viewed as barbarian, right? And sort of said, here's the limits, right? Hadrian's Wall. So I'm curious about how your analysis cashes out in terms of Rome at its height of power didn't really deal that much with an interstate system, or maybe it did to some extent, but with, polities that were on its edge that were much weaker. And does that have any implications for your analysis and, what lessons that we can draw from the Roman conception?
So it is quite interesting that that notion of goods or things that belong to everyone and should not be like nationalized by Roman state was already developed before Rome became empire. So it was already in the times of Roman Republic, but it still was preserved during the Roman Empire. So even though obviously they dominated the Mediterranean. But from that perspective, we can say that even during the Roman Empire, Romans were very much interested in subsidiarity, what I referred before. So they really acknowledged and accepted to, for example, to follow like customary rules on the edges in the provinces, on the edges of their territory. So they were not interested in like imposing all rules everywhere. But that's why like these principles regarding seashores are like more like a customary international law. So it was like accepted by everyone. So it was not like a Roman input on other nations at the time. So that is a kind of intelligent way of governing empire from Roman perspective. So they were like decentralized in terms that, in fact, they ran the empire by cities. So cities were most important element of that structure. And that's why they invested and gave many privileges to local people to become officers or city mayors, or to become involved into the administration on the local level to make it more easy to govern them. Of course, they had like the head of a province, obviously, but then everything else was a little bit decentralized. And in fact, it was like a long time until they gave everyone citizenship. It was like in 3rd century AD. So even during the Roman Empire for a long time, it was still a kind of a double citizenship everywhere. So we can say that you had Romans, but then you have different citizens around. So that's difference between power of the Rome and power of provinces, if we can say so, did not cause like occupation or like a dominance with regards to that, like especially seashores or sea, etc. So it was kind of a respectful way of governing that space that allowed them to do it for such a long time, and having most of great emperors coming from provinces and becoming Romans at some point in the history. So I think that's also a kind of a way of managing space that could be analogy also to managing space by great powers today. But of course, it depends on the will of the great powers. And it's a different story than in ancient times in terms of how many great powers we have.
Can I add something to that?
Please.
And I think Gregors would agree with me on this. And we need to keep it in mind. Rome, either the Republic or the Empire, was not a modern state in the sense that a nation state like we think of today. And so it was a large organization, no question about that, of interrelated peoples and cultures. And they allowed a fair amount of autonomy in those. And that's important to understand as well. But this broader sort of set of concepts that Gregors laid out, I think, are a fascinating development that was pushed across the bounds of any part of areas that Rome controlled, and that offers, I think, some interesting lessons for the future in space, where you're going to have situations where it's not just nation states that are interacting with each other. It's going to include corporations and probably other entities. I'm waiting for the religious group that goes there, for instance, and what that might mean. We saw it in terrestrial exploration and settlement. We're going to see it in space as well. Anyway, with that, I will end my comments. Thank you.
No, that's good. Thank you, Roger. So if I don't see any more hands, there's a comment that I was going to make, but let me pause for a second, see if any other hands go up. Okay, so yeah, I love the point about decentralization. I think that is like really worth continuing to build on more, just because there's just been this debate in economics about what's the optimal level of decentralization. And there's a nice paper that maybe I'll put it in the chat if I can find it quickly. But basically, they use they study firms during the financial crisis, and they look at firms that vary in their degree of decentralization. And so they're able to test in a pretty causal way how the degree of decentralization affects the agility of firms to respond to shocks. And during good times, maybe just like kind of pure centralization helps. During bad times and during periods of high ambiguity, uncertainty, that agility comes in extremely helpful. And so that was just to say to Gregor that there's a large economics literature that you would be able to pull on to be able to say, in this particular frontier where there's high ambiguity, this is especially where we need decentralization. The other thing I was going to mention from a historical perspective is just to see if you can study more how other countries or other kind of civilizations were talking about the conception of Roman law during that time, because you're studying kind of Roman text, Roman law, but how are others referring to it? And obviously that's always tough because you read about history from the victors in one sense, so there's a censored sample that you have, but if there is ways to get at that, that'd be really interesting. I'll pause because I think we're coming up on the end of time, but Gregor, any last comments, questions, thoughts in response
First
to
of all, I
anything?
appreciate that Roman law found its place to the conference, and I'm really happy about that. And I put all my I put down notes and all remarks that from Roger, from Christos, from Vivek. I'm really grateful, and I will develop and will expand my paper to highlight especially these aspects, including Greek law. I will try to do that.
No, zero pressure. Yeah, no, I was just laughing because I was like a week ago, I was watching this YouTube that was going back about the caves analogy and thinking about yeah. Anyway, sorry.
Yeah,
That's an aside.
Plato.
Yeah. Plato exactly talking about, philosopher king and all that. Yeah, they have a lot more to say about the ideal society. They have a little bit less to say about how society sometimes actually works. But yeah. So with that,
I mean,
let
there
me
is one.
transition
In fact, there is. I mean, at least one principle from Greek law that may be applied here, although it's discussed nowadays within public law, whether good faith, principle of good faith, should also be applicable in public law. By comparison, we can ask for good faith also in space law.
Yeah.
But that's a kind of a wishful but important way of thinking.
Yeah, no, that's a good analogy. Is what does good faith mean in this kind of complex geopolitical world that we live in today? Well, if you ever need a Greek co-author, you know where to find me. Okay, so third paper, I'm going to introduce Samishka. Samishka Desai is an associate professor at the O'Neill School of Public and Environmental Affairs at IU. And thanks again to IU for kind of hosting this and bringing us all together. Former director of the Manufacturing Policy Initiative. She works on innovation, entrepreneurship, and previously had spent a lot of time as the director of research at the Ewing Marion Kauffman Foundation, which I am love because the Kauffman Foundation has funded a lot of economics research in the past. And so I'll be discussing this paper, and I'll give an extremely short blurb about myself. As Itan mentioned, I'm an associate professor at Arizona State University and a senior researcher at the Gallup organization, and I've spent time kind of in this AI and economic space for years. So the paper that Samishka has is titled Competitiveness in the Space Innovation Ecosystem. And I thought I'd just start out maybe spending 5 minutes. Yeah, I've got 5 to 7 minutes and set the timer on my end so I don't keep us late into lunch. Just summarize and then moving into some of the big questions to think about. So Samishka argues that cybersecurity has become a pretty important determinant of competitiveness in the space innovation ecosystem. That it makes a lot of sense just because space is I mean, we joke, we say something isn't rocket science. Well, I mean, space is kind of rocket science, and there's a lot of moving parts. And so when you have vulnerabilities in a ecosystem with a lot of moving parts, that can propagate to the end user, whether it's a company, whether it's to a consumer, whether it's to a nation, really quickly. And so as the commercial space sector has continued expanding with a lot of decline in entry barriers, that means that there's more SMEs that are entering the space, which is great. And I mean, we'd all be advocates for more competition and more SMEs in this space, but it also opens up new threat vectors. And in particular, when you think about the cybersecurity threat vector space, that affects firms differentially. Smaller or newer firms face higher fixed costs in interpreting evolving guidance. They might not have a general counsel or a general counsel team that's constantly tracking space policy directives. Well, I mean, maybe they're tracking space policy directives, but they might not be tracking the continuum of guidance that's coming out across the USG. Small firms also struggle sometimes to hire expensive talent because they just have a smaller budget and aren't able to pay the salaries that a Meta or name your favorite tech company is able to provide. They also can struggle more with navigating legal and trade constraints and meeting compliance expectations. Nevertheless, credible cybersecurity can help younger firms signal reliability to customers and government buyers so that security can either reinforce incumbency or strengthen challengers. And that's the goal, is how do you create this kind of competitive ecosystem? So the paper is framed around 3 big questions. One is, does cybersecurity guidance, should that cybersecurity guidance be kind of sector specific or kind of like space specific, or kind of should it be broadly put out across sectors and then it gets kind of customized by individual companies? 2 is, how do requirements vary across segments of the space value chain, recognizing that you've got entities that are making very specialized parts, and then you've got launch, and then you've got everything in between. And then 3rd is whether targeted support for smaller firms is warranted, both to improve security outcomes and to preserve longer run dynamism in the ecosystem. The paper also stresses several features that make space very different than some of the other sectors where we study cybersecurity. One is that the asset assets are very long-lived, or at least we hope that we're putting things into space that are very long-lived and not just going to break and fall and create more negative externalities and space debris. Another example is that there's quickly and rapidly evolving threats, as we've seen in the context of Ukraine, that SpaceX was able to deploy satellite technology out to give internet to a lot of individuals, and that can be done really quickly. It's not something that necessarily takes a decade. And then, as we've already been talking about, especially in the first paper, is that there can be this blurred civil military boundaries that can complicate governance and accountability. And again, something that Samantha and Matt spoke very well about. So Mishka notes that cloud integration and AI can cover some of the technical costs, i.e. not every firm has to have their own kind of fundamental infrastructure. You can use cloud, but that there's still a lot of vulnerabilities and compliance burdens that emerge. And so the policy direction should be about how do we reduce uncertainty and reduce avoidable costs. So some costs are just going to be incurred, they're inevitable, but what about the avoidable costs? And so the paper favors clearer adaptive guidance processes that don't punish firms for legacy systems. And that's especially true in the space kind of ecosystem, where there have just been a lot of incumbents that we kind of do the cost plus contracting, and just everybody knows that something's going to be overrun, but and we should maybe sometimes just go back to the drawing board and say, how much does this actually cost, and then work backwards from there. And then she also emphasizes the concept of security by design, including prototyping and testing support. And she highlights that incubators, accelerators, and procurement programs are potential levers. And then you can kind of think of the SBIR programs that NASA, other federal agencies have to promote innovation. So I'm going to kind of run through five. That's the summary. I'm going to run through five discussion points that maybe spark additional thoughts in the audience, and then certainly came to my mind. Number one is getting clear about what problem we're trying to solve. And so whenever there's an intervention, and we think about this in public economics, that there is a public policy rationale when there is some friction or distortion in the market that left to its own devices isn't going to be corrected for, i.e. there's a deviation between the competitive equilibrium and the socially optimal solution. And so one reason for this is that there's spillovers. Whenever there's positive spillovers or negative spillovers, and in the case of cybersecurity, there's a lot of negative spillovers where one firm's weak security spills over and imposes costs to others. And this comes up extremely visibly in any kind of study of supply chains, because you have one vendor that has really lax security measures. Well, there you go. Now you have a port into a large company's networks. And that's happened time and time again with data breaches. Another example is information asymmetry, where buyers can't easily observe security quality. And that happens sometimes just because you're working with a very complicated area where there's just naturally going to be information asymmetries, not because there's anyone malicious, although that obviously compounds the problem, but just because of the complexity. And then third is just getting into the fact that there are national security implications, and we have to think about interoperability between the defense federal applications as well as the civil applications. And so minimum standards can function sort of like infrastructure that binds everything together. So those are the three things that kind of jump out to me as rationales for federal engagement. Second, big comment, question, and kind of discussion point. And by the way, I think these are things that the paper is already doing. These are just kind of more things that came to me as I was reading. Is when do security requirements become a barrier to entry? And so there's this literature in economics that studies minimum quality standards. And on one hand, any sort of like occupational licensing. We have like doctors can't just be doctors. You can't just say, I'm going to operate and do brain surgery tomorrow on the street. You have to be licensed. You have to go through a hospital. It takes years of work. But that's on one side of the spectrum. On the other hand, if you're a consultant, I'm in Vienna, Austria right now. Austria has a lot of compliance around who can even become a business consultant. In the United States, that's not the case. You can put a Wix website off and become a consultant. And so there's this spectrum of minimum quality standards, and there are trade-offs associated with imposing more stringency. And so I think the central point that Samishka is making is that keeping up is not free, and that the burden can hit smaller firms harder when you do raise standards. And you have to look at the different parts of the value chain differently, because each comes with different degrees of competitiveness and different downside, where if you're wrong in one area, that might really matter. And if you're wrong in another area, maybe it doesn't matter as much. And I'm certainly not an expert to be able to say what is more important than another, but just thinking about that value chain process and where different guidance might be more or less applicable. Third comment, and I'm going to try to speed up a little bit so that we have optimal time for Q&A and for Samishka to share her thoughts and other questions. But number 3 is around lifecycle governance for long-lived assets, and how do you patch assets? It's not as easy as patching software because, I mean, we can deploy a patch over to a Microsoft or whatever software that we're using. But when you have got something in space, it's a little bit more difficult to fix that. And so grandfathering is one mechanism that she examines to preserve investment incentives, but that can also have a downside of locking in a weaker posture. Retroactive mandates can also be sometimes unrealistic technically, just because, I mean, saying like, hey, we need to change all these other things, it can companies already have fires that they're trying to put out, and so just getting enforcement and compliance can be tricky, especially with SMEs. And so a middle path might be to just require updatability and secure development practices prospectively, while applying compensating controls for legacy systems. And so it basically recognizes that I mean, firms will try to do the best that they can, and so being willing as the federal government to offer support to then patch up systems and basically reach out a hand to SMEs that are creating more competitiveness in the ecosystem, that can be helpful. And then fourth is about the attack surface and in this landscape. A lot of the discussion around cyber in the kind of non-space ecosystem is you've like a publicly traded company might have a bunch of hardware like printers or something like that, hardware that is connected to a network. And so you think about how do you lock down, like what hardware do you have and what ports are they logging into? Well, in space, there's a lot of different interfaces, lots of dependencies and shared infrastructure, particularly because it's such a large fixed cost. So not every firm is going to have their own fundamental infrastructure. There's going to be a lot of sharing. And whenever there's sharing, there are these common problems as we've talked about so much already. And so a big question there is, should policy focus more on certifying interfaces and dependency chains than on certifying space companies? And that's a bit of maybe a trade-off that one has to grapple with. And then the fifth issue that kind of came to mind is the risk of subsidizing documentation instead of security. And I think this is a challenge anytime in regulation is, are you just adding more paperwork, or is it actually improving security outcomes? And so I think that's where one of our collective pushes as a community should be. We need to get clear about what metrics define success as it relates to security in this ecosystem, and hold contractors that are contracting with the government, or just, even contracting with each other to those. So let me stop there, since I think I went to my 7 minutes, and I think we've got about 15 to 17 minutes of Q&A / Samishka to reply and share anything that I might have overlooked in my read. So let me pause there and welcome Samishka to the stage.
Yeah, thank you so much for those comments. They were incredibly helpful and very detailed. And so I'll just say this is my first attempt in the area of cyber in space, and so I feel like coming to a discussion where I don't fully understand the language, and so I really appreciate being here. The purpose of this essay, it's one of the short essays, is really to sort of think about how this idea of regulating, especially business, isn't actually going to touch all companies in the same way. And in particular, we see the growth of a lot of new support infrastructure like accelerators and incubators that are targeting commercial space. And as we do that, the attack surface really grows. And so the classic regulatory problem for innovation, in particular for startups and scale-ups, is what is the sort of sweet spot where you're not stifling innovation, but where you are able to sort of maintain enough of a competitive environment that these firms can actually compete against incumbents. And so I think, the point in particular about life cycle governance is one that I find really intriguing. And I'm going to incorporate all of these 5 things, these 5 comments. But the one on life cycle governance to me is really intriguing. And I think in particular, when we think about the dual use technologies that are incredibly promising, how you manage those assets is, to me, sort of a black box from a policy design and implementation perspective, because we really need to think about things like costs. We really need to think about things like, taking maybe a risk-based approach and trying to understand where the vulnerabilities are. So I'll stop there. I mean, those comments are really incredibly helpful. And so, yeah, thank you.
Yeah, my pleasure. Let's see, any comments, questions? So there's one more thing that I could go into, but let me pause for another 10 seconds and Vivek, yeah, go for it.
Samiksha, thanks for this paper. I enjoyed reading it. I think you have a great conceptualization of a lot of issues that sort of come up in this sector and this domain. The one thought I wanted to offer you is maybe some engagement with the nature of the domain, since this is a Ostrom workshop sponsored event, right? Which is that it's unusual, it seems to me, that private operators operate in a domain that is an international commons, right? And I think there's probably something to explore there. And I think that's sort of where my paper is, and I think that's where Gregor's paper is to some extent, right? Is there anything that comes from the nature of the domain that makes it different than the cybersecurity conversation that we just have on Earth because of the nature of these assets and where they're operating? So that'd be my only thought. Maybe you don't want to do it here, but I think it's an interesting question that you might be uniquely equipped to answer or consider.
Yeah, thank you. That's really helpful. Just reading. Yeah.
One thing that I'll maybe jump in with another comment on is, and I'm trying to find the paper of this. It was a review of economic. Let me just summarize it and then I'll add it in, or I can send you an email of it later. There's been this macro literature around distortions, like macro models that build in heterogeneity of firm size, and then they look at how different, I mean, you probably know this literature, and how different policies have different effects across that firm size distribution. And so, I mean, I just say, I don't know, this is like a very, very vague comment, but I'd just say what lessons learned can be learned from that literature around what types of subsidies maybe have bigger effects. None of it has ever explored anything cybersecurity related, which is why I just put it as just, a general comment.
Thank you. Yeah, and I'm still sort of trying to understand where all of the literature is, because mine is sort of strictly in applied economics. But one of the things that we consistently find, especially for small innovators, is that access to information, right? Access to knowledge and information, that raises costs significantly. And so one of the things, from that I've taken away while doing the research for this is that we actually should be having a conversation about firm size, but we also should be having a conversation about firm age. And firm age is typically where we drop off and we sort of group small and new firms all together. But there are some unique barriers, especially for new firms that maybe don't have the track record, because there are a lot of small firms and a lot of small providers that have 30, 40 years of established corporate history. They have audits. So they face different informational constraints than, say, a startup that has only been in operation for a year and a half, and that doesn't have familiarity. So one thing played with but didn't put in this paper was, is there a line of argument where, we should consider different policies that might target firms by age versus firms by size. And we should start actually parsing these two out because they do have very different constraints. And that's rooted in that literature. I'm still kind of feeling, and I'd love to hear thoughts, but I'm still kind of feeling out how, how something like that might even look.
Yeah, I mean, actually, that's a really good point, and I appreciate you bringing that up. So yeah, I think you're right, and if I had to maybe even just choose one. So I mean, ideally, maybe distinguishing, having federal policy to distinguish among both margins is ideal. It's just how do you practically embed that? And so if you only had to choose one, I think maybe firm, how old the firm is maybe even a better metric. And there's I mean, as you know, the Halterwanger Davis et al. Literature around, there's plenty of firms that are, I mean, my parents run a Greek restaurant and they've been just the only people running it, and it's like 47 years old. So there's plenty of kind of mom and pop things like that. And so if you're trying to think about what drives the most innovation, yeah, age is probably the better metric. Yeah, that's my gut reaction, is that it's a critical distinction. I'd err on the side of age over size, at least in this tech sector area. Vivek, is your hand still raised, or is that another question?
Yeah, it's a new hand. Just on this discussion, would you focus on age or maturity? Because it seems that you could have an old firm that does sort of one thing, right, in a small niche, and then it decides, hey, wow, we're going to sort of have a different model. And I was just sort of thinking as you were discussing this question about some proposals for the lifetime income taxes, right? That we should have them based on, your cumulative lifetime income rather than your annual income, right? And this idea, again, of a maturity model, right? It seems like that might be looming in the background here.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think this is, I think part of the source of the debate is, at least in my head, is you do have a lot of companies that enter new markets, but they're established companies. And then you have, your question then is of sort of product maturity. And so then you're really thinking about what helps accelerate that product, into the market, or how do you commercialize that product in the market? But then you also have startups that are also doing new product, or in some cases services innovations. And they still face those questions of market entry, but then there's also this other set of not being established questions, right? Where they don't have, information, or in a lot of cases, networks or relationships. And so I think that's also part of the confusion for these new accelerators and incubators that are focused on space, is we tend to cluster these SMEs together, but a firm with, 30 years in the market that has now started, down a new product line will have very different ways to manage costs also, right? Like you can move costs around. And so I think that's part of the dilemma is, should we think in terms of new products or new innovation? Should we think in terms of new corporate entities? In some cases, when you're talking about very early innovation, you're talking about someone spinning out of a university lab and going into some kind of accelerator, and then it's just a person and, maybe a potential patent. And so I'm not, maybe we accommodate all three, but this is a source of sort of a big debate, whether you focus on products or firms. And maybe you focus on both, right? It's probably why most of these incubator accelerators have a more open, you can be small or you can be new kind of thing.
All right. Let's see, any final comments? I mean, one thing that I maybe I'll just end with a final reflection on this paper and then kind of the session more broadly is that a lot of times there's like a kind of fake lip service given to SMEs and like a lot of rah around small businesses. And I mean, I don't think anyone wants to be negative to small businesses. Like they're great. And I mean, I personally love it. It's what got me through my brother and I through school, and I'm a big fan of it. But we don't want necessarily, but if the goal is innovation, if the goal is competition, then you have to align federal policy with the types of policies that are going to, promote the healthiest ecosystem. And so you don't just want small businesses just for the sake of it. You want it to achieve a particular outcome, and then we have to get clear about what metrics are going to determine whether or not the policy has been effective or not. And if not effective, then recalibrate. So yeah, really excited to chair or moderate the session. I think kind of private sector space is one of those really hot topics that everybody's talking about. And now with the new NASA director, commissioner, administrator is the right word, sorry, administrator, there's a lot of interest and momentum around this modernization effort and how do you work effectively with the private sector counterparts. So glad to have this on the agenda. Eitan, let me turn it back to you. Yeah, maybe in the entirety. So Eitan, over to you.
Yeah, so just a quick, indeed, like a state, startups in the space sector is kind of new and very exciting. We used to have only the big companies, Boeing and such, doing space, but now that the cost has gone down, the cost of launch and also for other reasons, we see a booming of new organizations. And I don't know because, and I might share with you. So we, together with Professor Jean-Frédéric Morin, we built two data sets on a space organization. And the numbers are pretty clear. I mean, you see the number of organizations going up a bit, and then around 2010, it kind of just jumps, like big jump, very clear. And of course, it is transforming the space sector and the space exploration in general. So I'm happy that we have this topic. So Christos, your session is officially over, I guess.
Yeah, unless anyone has any, it's like speak now and forever hold your peace, except that's not true because we'll be back after lunch and you will not hold your peace. You will jump in with comments on the next round of paper. So I think we're done. Eitan, take it away and dispatch us to lunch or whatever's next.
How they say, speak now or forever hold your, something like that. Thank you. Thank you, Christos, for moderating this session. Thank you for the authors and thank you for the discussions. We will go now on a lunch break, and we will come back in 12:15, which is 12:50. Sorry, so 10 minutes before 1. Which is a kind of like 40 minutes, 45 minutes from now. So I hope you enjoy your lunch, and we will see you after lunch for the final session of today, strategy and security in the 21st century. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. We're actually, before we are going to session 5, we do have another paper in session 3. So I will call again upon Christos to serve as A, moderator for this paper, and B, as a co-author of this paper. Maybe I will present you your bio, and then either you or Jillian, your co-author, can present the bio of Jillian. So The next paper is the hidden constraints on America's space economy, fixing the frictions in U.S. commercial space partnerships. And the authors are Christos Markidis and Gillian Willard. Christos Markidis is an associate professor at Arizona State University. He's also a senior researcher at Gallup, associate faculty at the Complexity Science Hub, and a non-resident fellow at the Stanford University Digital Economy Lab and Baylor University Institute for Studies of Religion. He has produced over 120 scientific papers in leading academic journals with research concentrated in the intersection of labor economics and emerging technologies. He has led the cybersecurity, space, and AI portfolio on the White House Council of Economic Advisors and served as a senior advisor and founding member of the National AI Institute at the Department of Veteran Affairs. Christos holds doctorates in economics and management science and engineering from Stanford University.
Thank you, Eitan.
We do have a echo.
Wonder where that's coming from. I don't think it's on my end. But in any case, thank you, Eitan. I really appreciate the generous intro. And I guess trying to be a moderator of this discussion, let me also introduce Eli, or correct me if I'm wrong, it might be Ellie. But Ellie is a senior scientist, and he's going to be discussing this paper. He's a senior scientist and professor of public policy at Rand. He's got a lot of experience ranging from kind of project leadership on just kind of general public policy projects to external federal funding, kind of work for the federal government, one of the core things that Rand does. And he's led up a lot of projects in the commercial space sector, Army acquisition, studied adversarial machine learning, cyber risk, and he has a PhD in applied math from GMU. And as I like to say, if you have done a PhD in applied math or math, you can probably do anything. So it's a pleasure to meet you, Ellie, as well. Looking forward to your comments as a discussant if you're here.
Maybe Gillian can introduce.
And Jillian's not here. She's ironically in another space conference going on in Florida in person. It's space time. But Jillian, I met Jillian about a year ago. She's an associate professor at Arizona State University as well, and in the Milo Institute of Space Policy. And so for those that are interested in ASU history. So there was a big entity called Thunderbird School of Global Management. They got acquired by ASU. Thunderbird has a program called around an executive management program called Space Leadership. And so she sits in that program. But yeah, Jillian is not here, but I will be taking notes. So Ellie, if you want to jump
there is a McGill graduate in that space program at Arizona University. Sorry, never mind.
Oh, Ellie, are you here?
I'm ready. Can you hear me? Can you see me? I mean, you don't need to see me. Can you hear me?
I want to see you. I'm just kidding. But no, we can see and hear you. And did I pronounce your name right? If
I go Eli or Eli. That's both are
Eli.
Correct.
Okay, go for it.
Awesome. All right. So thank you so much. And it was fun going through this paper. It was very intellectually stimulating, which is synonymous to fun, I think. I'm going to give my comments or at least my perception of what I understood from the paper. I took some notes. I'm gonna recite them here, and then after that, open up to any rebuttals from the author, and then anyone else who has any comments or a follow up to that too. So, starting with this, I would say the paper, to my judgment, is that the paper is best read as an applied political economy and implementation paper. It treats the US space power not only as hardware and missions, but as partnership production system, as a couple partnership production system with choke points in licensing, contracting, risk finance, operational externalities, and allied coordination. The central move here is to translate US leadership into the mundane frictions that determine whether collaborations actually scale, can or could scale. In order of a summary, the authors here argue that the US has regained momentum in civil and commercial space through private sector density, allied network centrality, like things like the Artemis Accords, regularity reach, like the ITAR and licensing authorities. But the same features create hidden constraints that show growth and partnerships. On the methodological side, they combine about 20 semi-structured or semi-structured interviews from executives, investors, insurers, program manager, and current and former officials with network evidence and legal patterns. And they distill 4 recurring barriers. 1, the regularity choke points. 2, the contracting and finance frictions. 3, the operational externalities. And 4, the coordination and trust deficits in international teaming. So after this, they then propose a pragmatic reform agenda. The allied licensing corridors and template exemptions, a single front door for civil licensing with service level timelines, standardized data rights and OTA model clauses, milestone-based anchor tenancy and targeted insurance backstops with first-of-a-kind missions, and pre-competitive consortia to advance interoperability standards. So this is my summary of the paper, and I think this should be clear with anybody who read the paper. I would say my strongest point, or the strongest point I saw in the paper, are 1, it targets the real bottleneck layer. So a lot of the writings we see about the space economy, in particular, stays aspirational. This paper goes where growth actually gets throttled. Licensing latency, FAR terms, IP and data rights, insurance capacity, and cross-border coordination. I think this is the right level of realism for policymakers, which is the world I live in. Second, the 4th bucket barrier typology is intuitive and actionable. So the contracting and finance, the regulatory, the contracting and finance, the externalities, and the coordination and trust, 4 of these map cleanly onto where agencies can pull levers without pretending one reform can fix all the problems. Third, it connects competitiveness to governance mechanics without over-theorizing. I think this was one of the greatest points I've seen in the paper, is that the structural power point is useful. The US shapes markets through choke points and standards, but those same choke points impose internal costs and allied irritation. And this is an elegant way to frame the self-undermining power. Finally, the reform menu is specific. Licensing corridors, single front door, model clauses, insurance backstop, consortia, they are all legible to practitioners and can be debated as concrete policy items. I will move on now to mention a couple of critiques I saw in the paper, things that could increase or sharpen the points in the paper. I will talk about 3 lines of critique here. None of them requires changing the core argument. Nevertheless, they strengthen the credibility and policy uptake. First one is the evidence architecture could be a little bit more explicit. The paper repeatedly invokes network structure and legal choke points, but the reader needs a clearer picture of what the network evidence actually is. Is it data sources, node edges, centrality, coding decisions, illustrative visuals, etc., and how it triangulates with the interview claims. So there are the methods discussed in the paper, and there are substantial data collection from the interviews. I think how this triangulates would be a good something like a short appendix explaining what we measured, what we saw, and why it matters would make materially increase the confidence and the contribution to make it interview driven. My second point is maybe a little bit transparency and bias management on the interview level. I would say I would say more or less generic or standard critiques is the selection bias and the incentive bias. Let's say an example, executive, insurers, and investors are structurally predisposed to highlight regulation and risk-sharing constraints. That doesn't make them wrong. It just means the manuscript should show how it actively managed that kind of bias. Let's say examples are clarifying recruitment strategy or role distribution or how dissenting views were treated. And like I said, I did not see it clear there. Maybe I missed it. Maybe it wasn't there. So I don't consider that a deal breaker in any way or shape. One last thing I would mention is the trade-offs and boundary conditions. The paper's reform agenda implies a modernization that preserves security advantages. I think we can keep the reform orientation, but strengthen the paper by naming explicitly these boundary conditions. So a couple of examples come to mind. Which categories of tech or data should never enter corridor treatment? What kind of monitoring and compliance mechanisms are non-negotiable, and things of that nature. For the sake of time, I'll wrap up. In closing remarks, I would say that this paper is a valuable contribution because it treats the US space leadership as a system whose performance depends on licensing tempo, contracting design, and risk finance as much as launch cadence. The paper's most important service is to show that space economy growth is not blocked by lack of innovation. I think this is the greatest point I've seen in the paper, but by the governance and transaction infrastructure that determine whether innovation converts into partnership at bigger scale or not. And this concludes my remarks, and back to you, Christos, to rebut that. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much for these comments. And it's one of the challenges with this paper was that we ended up getting like a ton of content from all the interviews. And I mean, it's not like we interviewed 100 people. It was like, I don't know, was it 18 or forget the final count that we had now. But we just got all this like really dense content, and not being somebody that's done ethnographic or kind of a lot of qualitative work before. I'm typically working in a more econometric fashion. I was like, how do I process all this? So it was a little bit dense of a paper. Thanks for making through it. I just made a couple comments that I wanted to quickly respond to. One was just the selection process around how we chose these individuals. So we reached out, I mean, it's far from perfect, but we kind of reached out to our obviously internal network at ASU and the Milo Space Institute, and then we tried to ask like friends of friends, hey, do you know somebody that should be present in this conversation, and then tried to include them. I mean, people are busy, and so getting somebody on the line for 45 minutes is tough, but yeah, so I think we sent out maybe like 40, and then we think we got, oh, sorry, yeah. And there were two quotes from interviewees that I was gonna briefly just kind of say verbatim, because I think that they addressed this point that Eli was pressing me on. So one regulatory affairs manager made a comment saying, we had to press the FCC, NOAA, NTIA up to a day or two before integration to get the last piece greenlit. Cutting it that close creates a lot of real uncertainty. It's probably killed or delayed projects when folks just couldn't get things in line in time. And so one of the big roadblocks really is just the pace that it takes. And so one of the we put a table in, not in the version that is on the Google Drive and that Ellie reviewed. But one thing that a referee asked us to do, and was a good comment, was basically putting together a table that did a frequency count of basically everything that our interviewees said, what turned out to kind of be the most significant, and just to see like one visual. And so the takeaway from that was that contracting and financial frictions ranked at the top, and then second was regulatory choke points, and that had to do with kind of like these licenses that you might have to get and so on. But just contracting and getting paperwork sent and received, and clarity. I mean, what happened sometimes with NASA is like going one way, and then there was a big shift, and so that just basically a year was lost. And so that is kind of in a nutshell a lot of the legal challenges that have popped up. And thanks for the comment about network structure. That's something that we could do a little bit better of. Let me stop my comments there, and then maybe we open it up for additional Q&A.
Well, you are the moderator, so.
Yeah, I guess I should be able to call on. Wait, Eitan, is that your hand? Is your hand up for a question, or is it?
Yes.
No, please go ahead.
Yes. So we both wear multiple hats. Thank you for the paper. I think it kind of sheds the lights on an important issue on regulatory or red tape restraints. I can also say that a couple of years back we did interviews with space companies leader or like space industry leader from Europe. And what we consistently heard there that it is very difficult to do business in Europe because of all the bureaucracy, and this is why they prefer the US. So it is important that the US will not have excess burden of red tape, and I think it is more or most important on the federal level, because on the state level you might see competition that the competition itself will bring down red tape. So like states who might wish to encourage their space in the industry will compete with other states. So maybe the competition would do its thing, but since the federal no one can escape, I think it's even more important to reduce regulation or excessive red tape on the federal level.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's a good point. And also the perspective of like the United States has frictions, but they're comparatively better frictions than a lot of other countries have. And so for those that maybe aren't aware, there's a really nice paper that Eitan had written with another co-author that is titled, it's also, I love the title, The Empire Strikes Back. And it's basically a comparison between US and China and thinking about what are the structural advantages that the United States has. And so comparatively speaking, the United States still does pretty well, but still, if we're thinking about ways to make the United States a little bit more efficient, that is one of the ways. ITAR is one of those regulations that usually kind of gets in the way, and obviously ITAR is there for a lot of very specific reasons because we're dealing with sensitive and highly secure parts. But that ITAR, it was something that a lot of interviewees that we talked to brought up. Thank you for the comment. Let's see, any other questions, comments? You know, one thing that we also, this is turned into a separate paper, but is using and I think I made a comment about this yesterday, is like the BEA's data on input-output linkages goes down to a really granular North American Industry Classification Code level. And so those that are interested in seeing like where do bottlenecks happen, the BEA data is a good source for that. And you can see how it's also changed over time. Because it's basically this big like M by M matrix of like 700, and I forget how many NAICS codes there are, but whatever number of total industries by total number of industries. And you can see it in 2007, 2012, and I think 2017. So you can actually see the network structure change over time. And that's something that I think we're supposed to have the new network structure in 2026 6, 7, I think was the latest that we got from the BEA. They're running a little bit late, but any other comments, questions?
I can add another comment, and again, this is based on the database, on the two data sets that we built, Professor Jean-Frédéric Morin and myself, and we analyzed them. So you can also see the effect of federal policy. So the 2010, there was a cyberspace policy that was very much encouraging the commercial sector, and in our data, and that was kind of a point that after which we saw a very significant increase, like really the graph is like that, in the number of organization and activities. So federal policy do matter, and it can matter for the good, but it can also serve as a constraint.
Thank you. All right. Well, as the moderator, I'm going to call it quits and say, let's just wrap up early and then turn it over to Eitan for moderating the next session with Matthew on strategy and security in the 21st century. Does that sound like a plan?
Yes. Professor Kunching Ling should be online, right?
I am indeed.
Okay.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. So we will now start session 5. It is the final session for today and for the colloquium. The title of the session is The Space as Cyber Nexus, Strategy and Security in the 21st Century. The moderators for this session will be myself, Matthew Zellner, and Samantha Potter. And for the next, Samantha, are you online? Would you like to present the next paper?
Yes, absolutely. Let me just pull up the bio here. Thank you all. Patience.
The bio.
Here we go. I'm
Roger.
pleased. Oh, yeah. Thank you. Sorry. I'm pleased to present the next paper, which is The Cyberspace Nexus in the 21st Century Grand Strategy by David Chen. Is that the correct one?
No, I think it's Rogers.
Yes, I'm sorry. I think there's a little bit of confusion here. I think I'm presenting Roger's paper first.
Yes, yes.
Oh, I see. I see. Okay.
Yes,
My
I'm sorry.
apologies. So this
So
is
it's
the Gold
Glory, Gold,
Gold.
and God.
Okay, thank you.
Great
Sorry
title.
about that. I'm now pleased to present, although we will save for later, the Space Cyber Nexus in the 21st
Oh,
century.
thank you. I look forward to it.
I'm pleased to present Mr. Rogers D. Lanius, sorry if I'm pronouncing your name incorrectly, and his paper on Glory, Gold, and God, Terrestrial Lessons Informing Security Issues on the Space Frontier. And, sir, am I saying your name right?
Lanius is the correct pronunciation.
Lanius, thank you. So Mr. Lanius has a distinguished biography, but I'll just highlight some key points. So he's the former chief historian of NASA and the former associate director for the collections and curatory affairs at the Smithsonian Institute for National Air and Space Museum. He's authored numerous publications, but some just highlights include NACA to NASA to Now, The Frontiers of Air and Space in the American Century, Apollo's Legacy, The Space Race in Perspective, that's from 2019, Reaching for the Moon, A Short History of the Space Race in 2019, as well as countless other journal articles and sorts like that. He's also the recipient of NASA's Exceptional Service Medal and Exceptional Achievement Medal, and has been a guest commentator on space history for major television and radio networks. So we're very pleased to have you here and looking forward to the discussion.
Great. It is indeed a privilege to read Mr. Lonius's paper, Glory, God, and Gold, Terrestrial Lessons Informing Security Issues on the Space Frontiers. I want to thank the organizers, the panel chair, and my co-authors, David Chen and Tim Riley. They have been well, we essentially compiled the comments, and I'm simply delivering them and thank them. I want to thank them for their generous sharing of expertise. So Mr. Lonius's paper is motivated by a very important, the very important question of how the military can continue to play the leading role in securing the interests of nations and people in new frontiers. Mr. Lonius discusses only space, but we can easily extrapolate from his arguments to think about cyber's relevance. The methodology employed here is an interpretive historical analysis, drawing from the European age of exploration and America's Western expansionism. So it's made relevant to the space domain by Mr. Lonius's exceptional service, as pointed out by Ms. Potter, as a former chief historian of NASA. So I benefited greatly from that. And I'll keep my comments within the parameters of his approach. So let me first summarize his arguments. The first main argument is that the drivers for nations and people in going into frontiers have been broadly consistent over time and space. And therefore, it's reasonable to draw parallels between terrestrial and space frontiering. And so from that point, he argues that the motivations for people to enter into the frontiers, and then I'll come back to what the definition of the agency is here, are threefold. So the three major motivations are glory, which in his definition is the pursuit of fame, national prestige, and a lasting personal legacy, which motivates risk-taking, risky undertakings. The second is gold, which is the anticipation of direct access to valuable resources, which motivates investment in innovation. And the last one is God, which is the objective of spreading Christianity, which legitimized massive and often so coercive undertakings. So may I take a slight detour here? So these are the three major motivations and point to the parallels between Mr. Lonius's three main motivations and Max Weber's social action theory, which posits four ideal types, right? Instrumental rational, value rational, effective, and traditional. Glory to me is a blend of effective, right? We cannot fall behind the Chinese and the Russians, and the traditional, right? We've always led in space. Gold, of course, is instrumental rational, and God is value rational, and perhaps effective as well. I'm sure missionaries are motivated truly by their emotions. So these three motivations are not just held by governments, and this is one of the major points I took away from his paper, but also by what he argues, merchants, industrialists, and explorers from various backgrounds. So the European explorers were complex projects, explorations were complex projects with multiple actors and objectives. So these three Gs were rarely separate. He keep quoting Mr. Lonius. Financial support for expeditions were often dependent on the persuasion of people of power and wealth who wanted to increase both spiritual and temporal power. So projecting that to today and to the space domain in particular, one would think that policy, legal, and institutional efforts to delineate these different roles and functions and articulate constant interest behaviors and link these interested parties to responsibilities or liabilities, these projects will likely face major analytical challenges. And that's one major takeaway I received from this paper. So the second argument, main argument, is that Mr. Lonius surveyed the history of NASA to show that the three motivations played out very much in the first few decades of US human spaceflight. So without going into great details, which is eloquently written in the paper, glory is about a feel-good triumph or national inspiration in public discourse, and no doubt informing the astronauts and those who participate in these projects. Gold, this is a very interesting point, which Mr. Lonius took pain to sort of elaborate. he recognized that the government's deep support of the initial sort of civilian space efforts were crucial to getting things off the ground, right? So we're talking about public-private partnership, contracting, technology transfer, and many other things, as well as regulatory roles. Still, private firms made significant foundational scientific advances, and since the 2000s, which Mr. Lonius described as the third phase of the space effort, commercial actors began to take off. We know this very well, history of Clinton administration's presidential space directive, and then we're now entering what he calls the fourth phase, in which money-making activities, so gold, would dominate Earth orbit and beyond, while NASA's space exploration agenda will shift to cis and translunar space. As to the last motivation of God, since we have not encountered any life forms to speak to yet, it's not currently relevant, but it might well be if things change from this point on. The third major argument is about a new role for the military that will emerge in the 21st century to protect space assets and activities as humans engage in expansionism in space. So this is where it's most relevant to my organization, U.S. Space Force, that we need to cover the multifaceted nature of the space endeavors, because we are the best trained to adapt to new terrains in the expeditions, right? The military in general, not just Space Force, is more adaptive. It's more disciplined. It's got, it follows missions. So securing and operating frontier infrastructure, including colonies and valuable assets, and creating favorable environment for commercial actors and settlers should be our compelling objectives, and as well as to repel hostile powers where we find them. So that's a very brief summary of a very rich paper. And I'd love to hear anything at this point, or else I'm happy to go into the critique as well. I hope I've captured the gist of your paper, Mr. Lonius.
Yes, indeed. I thank you very much. It's a very that's a very fine summary, and I guess my only comment on this, I have been forced to work in this area because of the environment in which we are in, and the constant questioning about the possibilities of analogies in the context of American history and moving forward. And just from my own background, and you all have heard a little bit about my publications and job work, but I was trained in history, in the history of the American West. And so I was exposed to these sorts of ideas about the military and its role there in that particular context. And it's a very rich history, and it's not about always, although they did this on occasion, engaging in combat activities with native populations or other state actors. Those did exist as well. And fundamentally, there were disagreements over various things, and sometimes they led to people shooting each other. But the military in the American West was really more about the process of bringing the region under the control of the United States. Yes. And that's true if you want to talk about the Spanish in America or the French in America or any other place in the world where you see a colonial arena. And I know we don't like the term colonialism, but it was very present. The United States engaged in it. So did all of the great powers everywhere. And consequently, we sort of have to deal with that too. And it's got a lot of negative repercussions. We hope that you might be able to avoid that going forward, but I wouldn't bet on it, to be perfectly honest. What I do see happening is essentially a repeat of the kinds of things that we saw happening on the American frontier and in the larger sort of European expansion, with what we are probably going to see moving forward into cislunar, translunar space, ultimately research stations, perhaps colonies on the moon, human expeditions to Mars, and so on. I really see this as a continuum. I don't see it as a departure. And for those of us who are concerned about space security, cyber or otherwise, I think we have to take lessons from that earlier experience and try to apply them as best we can. I tried to offer a few suggestions for how that might be done in the paper. And I won't I won't promise you that it's the most insightful piece of work that ever was written, but hopefully it offers a departure for discussion. So thank you.
Thank you. I certainly believe it does. If, with your permission, I'll move on to a few comments I may have in response, and very much relating to what you just said. So the first set of comments I have is about the different dynamics in the frontiers. Very obviously, there's a relative lack of human presence there. In the past, human mobility, habitation, settlement is the primary characteristics of frontiers. So if so, I found myself thinking about things like frontier justice, right? In American West, and of course, you know this better than I do, and apologies if I don't characterize this accurately, but it's about sort of fairly brutally and without due process, sort of enacting upon rogue actors, right, who are physically beyond the reach of the law, so-called outlaws. But while in space, we're talking about bad behaviors, which, as discussed yesterday, tend to be visible, right, and done by machine controlled remotely. So if that's the case, how do we conceptualize issues of justice and, jurisdiction? That's a question I had for you. I mean, if you think about, and also the idea of conquest and proselytizing also becomes quite important. And even though there, as I mentioned already, that there's not anyone to proselytize to at this point, you can sort of shift that a little bit and think about perhaps, for example, the Chinese Communist Party, right, the PRC, certainly sees the importance of norm and rule setting as critical to its principles, of international relations, power relations on Earth. So we can sort of see as a proxy that these heated debates at the UN over space governance is almost a sort of reflection of these contentious belief systems. And I wonder if you might see that as a sort of rough analogy to the God aspect of motivations. But generally speaking, for my first set of questions is sort of, what do you see as particularly important to the space domain, if you want to call it that, that requires adaptation, resilience, and innovation, which are your own terms. Like, so you put forward this sort of agenda to find out how to adapt, to how to be resilient, how to innovate. Do you have some comments on that?
Of course, I have comments on everything. Whether or not they're well reasoned is another story. But the bottom line is, the first thing you talked about was sort of frontier justice, and it was a very real issue in the context of the American West. It was very real in the context of any other nation state that was engaged in sort of activities, and there was a certain manner of lawlessness that did exist. But very quickly, we find in all of those settings that authorities, whether they be state actors, as in like the military, or settlers in some particular area, would establish something approaching a form of justice. And generally speaking, it reflected the society in which they were, where they were from. So, if it was a kingdom, in the case of, say, Spain, it would have been a system that was sort of predicated on those sorts of ideas. If it was a democracy like the United States, it would more reflect that. And we see this over and over and over again, certainly in the American West, where you find people moving into territories and settling, usually around some sort of economic activity. And maybe it was gold mining, maybe it was silver mining, maybe it was something else, who knows? But they reestablished the norms that existed from wherever they came from. And they dealt with that. In some cases, they dealt with it harshly when they found people that were engaging in activities that that went against the grain of the kinds of things that they held valuable. And we've all seen the movies and John Wayne and those sorts of things with sort of people taking the law into their hands and undertaking certain kinds of things. Some of it notoriously brutal and not necessarily very well thought through. And much of it, however, was pretty common sense. So that's one piece of this. The second comment you made was, yes, we've not found anybody with which we may communicate in space. There is some evidence that there's probably microbes that have survived space activities, but we don't communicate with them anywhere, much less in space. And That is not to say that we're not going to encounter those beings at some point in the future. And I can absolutely assure you that as soon as that happens, whatever religious group is attached to the community that is engaged in that sort of expansion will be there trying to do something to deal with those individuals and to try to bring them into whatever belief system they hold. It's not just Christians or Catholics or Protestants. It's you name the religion, it doesn't really matter. They will be there in that context. Being on the same lines, I think once we have multiple human sites, Mars, Moon, in space, wherever, we're going to find the same sort of interaction from a religious perspective there as well. I mentioned in an earlier session, what about the first group of name the church of your choice that decides to form an expedition and set up a colony on the moon? And how will they interact with the other people who happen to be there, who are not believers in that particular system? And I guarantee you, it will be the same sort of experience that we saw on the frontier of whatever era we can think of since the European expansion about 1500. Right. And I think twisting is the wrong term. Turning it in the direction you turned it in terms of how we approach these things, I think is a very realistic and appropriate way to respond to it. And I'll take that as an action item in terms of revision.
Thank you so much. The second set of questions I have is about the role of the military. And this sort of follows in the idea that you've sort of provoked us to think about how it could be different. So some of the questions I have from when I was reading the papers, which one of the three objectives, the main sort of motivations, would be the most appropriate for so-called, putting boots on the ground in zero gravity? I think that was your wonderful term. What kinds of threats should the military respond to, right? I mean, catching outlaws in America West is very different than establishing strategic deterrence that my colleague Greg Miller talked about yesterday. And so what kinds of framework, right? Grand strategic, in the military, we talked about strategizing, would inform the deployment of the military. And perhaps, I mean, we can, one aspect I was curious about the Western history is whether there was a grand strategy, whether there's sort of these consistent, frameworks for thinking about how to establish rule and order. And if so, that would be something that might be interesting. And if you sort of also look at maritime history, not just the terrestrial, and you have this case study of the Royal Navy or British Royal Navy, so evolving from this premier Mahanian blue water power projection force to one which today is mostly a constabulary function, right? It's patrolling certain areas, occasionally goes through the South China Sea to enforce the freedom of navigation. So these sort of changing characters of military forces, I wonder if you've thought about how that might inform the appropriate role for any kind of military action, not just Space Force there. It's in a way, I wonder if, because the military, as you were saying, sort of puts down these frameworks for governance, and it has unique sort of characteristics and capabilities to do so. But it's hard for me to imagine that the Space Force or any other military service could actually somehow tame the space domain in a way. I mean, sure, we can increase, the sort of visibility, space domain, awareness. We can have more assets out there. But just to control this, something as vast and difficult as space seems quite difficult. But if that's the case, it could still have some function. For example, one thing I thought about is first mover advantage, right? It's very important to have first mover advantage, especially you have potentially competitors coming in. How can that be done? As much as I trust my own force, sometimes I wonder is the military really the appropriate instrument, right, to perform these functions, following from your motivations and the kind of historical precedents?
Yeah, sure. No, that's a great question. The military may not be the best answer for everything that we're talking about here. I was looking at the analogy of the American West in that context, and I do see that as appropriate to look at this as well. So cislunar translunar space is going to become a highway, no question about that. I can see very easily that there's going to be pirates on that highway. Not in the traditional sense, maybe, although I wouldn't be surprised that they were. But there's going to be attacks. It could be through the spectrum. It can be a variety of types. But the military has a very distinct mission there, and that mission I don't think is going to be subsumed in by another organization. It's conceivable it could be. I could also conceive it as something that's sort of an international focus. So that there's multiple actors that are a part of the process of doing these sorts of things, trying to maintain control and safety in the context of the people that are out there, the businesses that are out there, protecting them from any sort of disruption that might come their way, and it will be a process of determining how that threat arises and how best to deal with it that I think is going to be an interesting challenge. I don't have an answer on how to deal with that, but I would suggest to you that in the U.S. experience on the American frontier, they didn't have an answer to that either. There was no policy in place that allowed them to automatically pull the book off the shelf and follow the plan that as it was written to try to deal with whatever that issue was. So there was a constant sort of iterative process of seeing an issue, trying to address that issue, modifying your reaction to that, and how you proceed down the road. I think the exact same thing is going to happen in space.
That's right. That's definitely true. But I wonder, again, back to the function of the military, right? In the past, the military is prepared. So as a force projection, right? It's about kinetic force, right? It's about conflicts. With the advent of mass and nuclear, right, deterrence, then you start thinking about, well, it's more about holding back conflicts. It's about de-escalation. And in space, it has certain properties that are similar to nuclear war in the sense that if something goes wrong, right, it's not a sort of try things out in the Western frontier. Some people might die, something could go terribly wrong, like Kessler syndrome. So in that sense, you need to have a strategy in place before you enter into this frontier. It would seem that a lot of efforts that are happening at the UN and elsewhere is about sort of not committing the kind of actions that could lead to irreversible effects. And if that's the case, how would the frontier analogy apply for the military? Yeah,
your guess is as good as mine on that score.
Right.
There are obviously efforts that are underway, and you mentioned the UN is one example of that, and it's an important one, in how to try to de-escalate and ensure that it does not reach a stage whereby we have all-out nuclear war, or even something that's something less than that that's really devastating. And I would see that would be something that would be the case in space as well, as best you can. But I really view this as an extension of sort of great power issues that we saw in various frontiers around the world in the pre-20th century timeframe. And sometimes it did erupt in war, and in some cases, all-out war. And we don't want that to happen in the context of the ability to essentially end life on this planet, which we have that capability today. But it's exactly the same sort of issues that were played out on a smaller scale earlier. Beyond that, I don't have a good answer.
Well, I think your paper opened up many important questions. Very small part of that will be addressed by our paper on grand strategy on the last panel. But meanwhile, we have about 8 minutes or so. I would love to hear some questions from our participants, please.
Okay. I see a couple of hands. David Chin.
Yes. So David, please. Yeah, thank you, David.
I think Aiton might have a priority. He's got a number 1 next to his hand.
I will go
okay.
after this. Okay.
Oh, right. Yes. I'm not seeing the full screen. Yes. Professor Tipper, please.
Go ahead, David. I will.
Okay.
I will go through you.
As soon as I saw the title of your paper, Roger, I was taken back. I knew that Frederick Jackson Turner would come up.
Of course.
Because nearly 30 years ago, I was using him in my speech and debate career at state and nationals. Talking about space exploration. So when I got to Frederick Jackson Turner, I got a very warm and fuzzy feeling. So thank you for including that in there. But yeah, I found the paper very insightful and very interesting, and hopefully something we can take away as we think about the role of nation states as we extend our presence in space.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Professor Tipper?
Yeah, so I have a question. So under the God aspect of religion, if it may, I mean, it's not intuitive, but for some reason, so we see several billionaires who are going there. Jeff Bezos from Amazon, Elon Musk, of course, Richard Branson, and a few others, and none of them mention, as far as I heard, like a religious aspect. But it seems that they have that for them it's more than business. They have kind of a vision, and I wonder if you would categorize this. For example, Jeff Bezos, that was in his high school graduation speech or something. Would you categorize this under God, under religion, or elsewhere as a motive?
Thank you for that. Oh my, where do I start? So let me begin my response by saying my current project is a history of the religion of spaceflight. Think about that for a moment. Every aspect that you think of in any religion, starting with the sense of immortality that's a part of it, you find in the spaceflight community, and that includes things like going to other places and thereby establishing a human presence and not becoming extinct. It's not individual salvation, but it is human salvation when we go somewhere else, and we're no longer subject to to whatever bad things may happen here on Earth. And I would contend that Elon Musk, to a lesser extent Jeff Bezos, Bob Zubrin, I could go on and on and on, are people who have this particular mindset and express these particular ideas, and view space as the way in which we will rescue humanity. And at some level, maybe they're turning themselves into the God through that process. But I'm sure they wouldn't admit that if that was really where they were headed. So I contend that the billionaire space race, if you want to call it a space race at all, and I sort of question that, but is as much a part of this sort of religious component as you will find anywhere. And in terms of going through lots of people's papers and memoirs and a variety of other things, we see these kinds of ideas expressed over and over and over again. So, all right, I'll let it go at that point. Hopefully that's of some use. Okay, I see William Thompson's got.
Right.
Oh,
okay. I see two hands. First of all, Francesco.
So in the
oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry about that.
Okay, I'm hearing a lot of echo.
Yeah. Francesco, may I ask you to turn on your yes, please.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
So I really liked the paper. Was fascinating actually, and I particularly like the metaphor of the gold and all the expansion and the military and whatever. But I wanted to make a comment about the absence of law. And I've had the opportunity to research, and I will be publishing a chapter with a work of the Waikato University about human rights in space. And so I explore the whole concept of the Englishman brings his law with himself. I also explore customary international law and the extraterritoriality of constitutions. So, for example, the US constitutions. And the two anchors, there would be Article 8 of the Outer Space Treaty and possibly Article 12. So I believe that in the space settlements, we will have law. The big, huge problem, and I also put that in the comments, in my opinion, will be enforcement. Because enforcement of this type of rights, for example, let's take the fundamental rights, or even more difficult, human rights at the international level, is very difficult on Earth itself. So I believe that the efforts of discussing a way in which you will have enforcements of these rights in space is really important. And another like tidbit about the role of the military in space, on which I particularly agree. Last year, I published a paper about the legality of defending lunar infrastructure, where I explore Article 4 of the Outer Space Treaty. And because Article 4 is usually seen as it prohibits military activity in space, but actually is much more restricted than that. And so I explore how the presence of the military is really fundamental for the developments of space. We can think about a logistic role of the military similar to the one that the military is performing in Antarctica. And that would, in my opinion, ensure peaceful activities on the moon. So I really like the way in which the paper brought everything together and in this shorthand expression. So thank you very much, Professor Lonius, for your work.
Thank you very much as well. You mentioned two papers that you've published or are publishing. I would love to get my hands on those if you wouldn't mind sending me copies at some point.
Sure. One is already published and I can put immediately in the chat.
Great.
And the other one will be a chapter probably with Cambridge. We still don't know with a group of the other colleagues of Waikato, but I'm not sure when it will be published.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And Mr. Thompson, thank you for your patience. Please, with your comments.
Well, I can try again. I think I'm not going to get through. So,
all right.
We do need to continue to the next session, to the next paper,
please.
I believe.
So thank you, Mr. Lonius, for a most insightful paper and for the opportunity for me to present it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It's been a terrific conversation, and I appreciate your remarks. I will yield back all my other time if there is any left.
Matthew, would you like to present the next paper that I'm discussing?
Yes, absolutely. As you said, Dr. Tepper, you're discussant. This next paper is Dr. Miller's Integrated Deterrence in the Nexus of Space and Cyber. The paper shifts the lens from history to contemporary strategy, offering a powerful framework for how deterrence must evolve when cyber operations can hold space systems at risk. Miller's 4 C's, commitment, capabilities, credibility, and communication, provide a rigorously structured way to think about how states can build stability and prevent escalation in an environment defined by ambiguity, attribution problems, and dual-use infrastructure. We'll briefly go through Dr. Miller's prestigious bio. Mr. Thompson, it may help if you mute. That might be why you're getting a lot of feedback because the volume's coming through. Dr. Gregory Miller is Dean of Space Education for the United States Space Force, Professor of Military and Security Studies at Air University, and Adjunct Professor at Johns Hopkins University in Washington, D.C. He received his BA in Political Science and History from University of California, Los Angeles, UCLA, and MA in Security Policy Studies from the Elliott School of International Affairs at GW, where his studies focused on defense policy, terrorism, and space policy, and an MA and PhD in Political Science from The Ohio State University, where his primary field of study was international security with a minor in military history. He has been teaching in professional military education for over 10 years after nearly a decade of teaching in civilian institutions. His research interests cover a broad range of topics in the areas of international relations theory and international security, especially reputation, deterrence, and military alliances, terrorism and political violence, strategy formulation and evaluation, and finally, the application of international relations and political violence concepts to space power theory. It is with great pleasure that I introduce Dr. Miller and throw it over to you, Dr. Tepper, as discussant.
Thank you, Matthew, and thank you, Gregory, for the paper. And I will also later send you all my comments. They are written, so I will send it to you after this. So you don't have to take notes unless you want to. So the paper applies the concept of integrated deterrence, which was introduced in the 2022 National Defense Strategy to the space cyber nexus. The concept of integrated deterrence was introduced in that strategy as a cornerstone of that strategy. So kind of briefly, integrated deterrence calls for integrating all tools of national power to credibly deter aggression. So by definition, this should extend to employing also space cyber power for the purpose of deterrence. If we are applying all tools of national power, definitely we should apply that. But how to do so? So the paper discusses this issue, and I think that by that it makes a contribution to strategic thinking and planning on the deterrence, but it also demonstrates the importance of this whole project, the project that aims to develop a theory of a space cyber power. The National Defense Strategy notes that the department will employ an integrated deterrence approach that draws on tailored combinations of conventional cyber, space, and information capabilities together with the unique deterrent effects of nuclear weapons. It also talks about international alliances, but we'll not get into that now. So it already includes space and cyber separately. The argument of the paper is start with that the space systems became increasingly vital to national security and economic prosperity, and therefore they simultaneously became attractive targets for cyber attacks. The argument continues that no single instrument of a power can deter the full spectrum of potential adversaries across these complex domains, and that successful deterrence in the space cyber nexus requires unprecedented coordination between public and public stakeholders, between international partners, and the whole of government efforts to establish credibility, communicate intent, and develop the necessary capabilities to protect space infrastructure. The paper proposes a multi-layered deterrent strategy that combines credible threats of punishment with denial mechanisms, international norms development, resilience building measures, and the establishment of strong reputations. So as you can see, there is not one single solution or way to do deterrence, but it's a series of measures that should be applied to do that. The paper notes that all of the major powers develop multi-domain approaches, and this convergence creates what we can term as the space cyber nexus, a domain of strategic interaction where we must reconceptualize traditional deterrence theories. The space cyber nexus represents more than mere technical interconnectedness. It embodies a new frontier of strategic competition where adversaries can achieve strategic effects with relatively modest investments. The paper argues that effective deterrence in the space cyber nexus requires an integrated approach that is built upon the four fundamental elements of deterrence, which are commitment, capabilities, credibility, and communication, the four C's of deterrence. The analysis in the paper proceeds through three distinct attack vectors: space to space, Earth to space, and space to Earth. Each of them presents unique deterrence opportunities and challenges. Deterrence requirements vary based on the technical characteristics, attribution possibilities, and response options available for each attack vector, and those are different for each of them. And as a whole, as I mentioned, the paper proposes a multi-layered and phased deterrence strategy that combines traditional punishment and denial mechanisms with less traditional approaches, including deterrence by entanglement and norm development. The paper also explains what is deterrence by punishment and denial. So in short, deterrent by punishment means that if you will do something that we do not, we will punish you very harshly. So you might achieve what you wanted to achieve, but you will pay a very heavy price that might be more than what you will get. Deterrence by denial means that we will deny your ability to cause the damage. So you can think, for example, of the Iron Dome. If the Iron Dome was probably, and I think the data was like 90% of missiles were intercepted. So this is a denial. Even if you launch missiles, they will not get to the target, so you will not achieve your goal. So I will also combine some of my feedback on the paper. So the opening sentence of the paper is, this paper examines the strategic concept of integrated deterrence at the intersection of the space and the cyberspace. And generally, I love an article that opens with a sentence that like sums up all of the article. Immediately, you know what this article is about, and everything that you read further is in the context. I did read articles in the past where you discover what the article is about only in page 37, and then you need to kind of read it back again to understand the context of everything. Next, in terms of defining the problem, usually we ask our students to have like a separate distinct what is the problem, and of course we don't do it when we write an article, but I think it could be good to define the problem in one paragraph. So the article does define the problem, and I will say it now, but it kind of in two separate paragraphs, and it might be better if it is in the same paragraph. So the problem, as the paper defines it, is, as I said, space systems are increasingly vital, and they are attractive target. The second thing is that traditional deterrence networks were developed primarily during the Cold War nuclear competition, and they were developed in this context, and they don't fit so much, and they need to adapt to the space cyber nexus, because the speed, the attribution difficulties, and the multi-actor nature of these domains create deterrence challenges that differ fundamentally from those faced by previous generations of strategies. So this is a clear definition of the problem that is in the draft paper. I will just organize it like together. The paper also provides the unique characteristics of deterrence in the space cyber nexus. The analysis reveals that unlike traditional domains where capabilities can be directly observed and resolved, demonstrated through visible development, space cyber deterrence relies heavily on perceptions and competence and reliability that develop over extended periods through repeated. I hear myself twice. It's all gone. Okay. Through repeated interactions and consistent policy implementation. So this, for example, as I understand the session, if you think of the military parades in the Soviet Union, you parade all the missiles, the tanks, and whatever you have. It is clear for everyone, this is what we have, so be careful. And you cannot really do that in cyber tools, and you cannot even much parade the satellites. They don't look intimidating as nuclear missiles. So this is a problem that means that we need to adapt the deterrence strategy. So this is why the paper argues that for an integrated approach, you need to build on the four fundamental elements, as I said, the commitment, capabilities, credibility, and the communication. And then the paper discusses each of these four components, how it might work or how it is different in the space cyber nexus. So commitment, the difference is, as I understand it from the paper, when you're talking about nuclear commitment, you only need the commitment from the government. When you're talking about the space cyber nexus, also the non-state actors are important, particularly commercial actors. When you're talking about nuclear is only offensive. When you're talking about the space cyber nexus, you have both defensive and offensive. Defense is all the protections that you have, cybersecurity protections for a space system. So again, this is different. You need to adapt. Credibility represents perhaps the greatest challenge in a space cyber deterrence, because traditional credibility involved demonstrating both capability and resolve through visible deployment and occasional demonstration of force. So again, if you go back, you demonstrate that you have this ballistic missiles with a nuclear warhead. You can deploy them in various places, and you can demonstrate force. And in cyberspace, capabilities remain largely invisible, and the effects may be temporary. Attribution remain contested, and sometimes you don't want even to take responsibility. Couple of things that I think maybe you should consider adding. So the problem of below the threshold is a known problem, but I think it's a problem not just in the legal sense, because in the legal sense you have an issue if it is below the threshold. Maybe a cyber attack cannot justify the use of the force, right? The UN Charter prohibits the use or the threats of use of the force. There is an exception if you, which is a defense if you're attacked, but there is a threshold that allows you to do that, and there is a question of if cyber attack or which cyber attacks meet that. But there is also another element that is beyond the legal element. So you might refrain from retaliation because the damage is not too large. And if you retaliate, and you don't want to escalate, etc. So there is also a price for retaliation. You might call it the lazy effect. My neighbor scratched my car, and I don't want to retaliate because this will be going into too much. And we actually did see it happening. So when Russia attacked Viasat, there was no direct retaliation by the US. Now, this means that if the adversary suspects that you will not retaliate, then you have no deterrence. Another issue that the paper brings is the time difference. So cyber operations can achieve effects within minutes or hours, but the diplomatic responses may take days or even weeks to coordinate, and military responses take even longer. So there is kind of a temporal asymmetry that reduces the deterrence. How am I doing on time? I think I will.
We've got about 10 minutes
kind
left
of
in the
wrap
session,
up
sir.
just with this. On this, you might consider. So I heard one Kahneman talking. So Kahneman got his Nobel Prize for the game theory that he developed. He was the head of the Center of Rationality, and he once like put forward an idea of a retaliation mechanism, but the point of which is deterrence, and maybe this can answer the problem of the laziness or the temporal problem. And he was talking about some kind of like automatic retaliation mechanism. So you program a system that if the adversary does one of the specific things, the system will automatically retaliate, and you couldn't even stop it. So this solves the temporal problem because it will be immediate. It also solves the problem that you will not want to escalate. So it also solves that problem that the rival will know that retaliation will come. So I have more comments, but this I will share in writing. I think it's time to let also some other people talk.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Tepper. We have about 7 more minutes in the session if there are any questions from the audience. If not, I know Sam Potter has one kind of loaded just in case. Sam, why don't you go ahead to start us off?
Sorry, I can jump in here. I have to find my notes here. But yeah, thank you so much for the conversation. Sorry, I'm just pulling up my notes while we're getting ready. Yeah, I thought it was very interesting discussion.
I have one while you're looking. Dr. Miller,
Yeah, thanks.
You emphasize reputation kind of as the backbone of credibility in the space cyber nexus. What kinds of actions short of conflict, so left of what you would say a conflict or an armed attack or something, do you think most effectively build or damage that reputation in this domain? So understanding it's an extremely broad gray zone or area when you talk credibility. So where if there is any, is a level that you can actually, like Dr. Tepper was saying, build credible deterrence, and actually where you have a credible, if not threat, but you can actually have something that's both credible and deterring, and how far to the right is that?
Yeah, thanks. I think in some ways I can answer that question and touch on one of the things Dr. Tepper was commenting on too. I think the sort of below the threshold of war really kind of defines the strategic environments we're talking about in space and cyberspace. Until we have a situation where we have large numbers of people in space, almost any aggressive action is going to be short of war, at least how we've sort of traditionally defined war. And so that's one of the reasons why I don't want to restrict our deterrence thinking to just denial or punishment. I do think there needs to be sort of an interdependence. One of the arguments I often make that could get me in trouble with Space Force. So this is my opinion, not those of the Department of War and the U.S. government. I actually think we should be doing more to work with other countries in space, including China, including Russia. I think the more separated we are, the harder it is to have that sort of interdependent linkage and compellence. And that if our adversaries are as connected to space as the United States is, or as our allies are, that makes them less likely to see space as a U.S. vulnerability or a means of attacking the U.S. weaknesses or vulnerabilities. And so I think entanglement is a big part of that. If you just you create a situation where everyone realizes the cost of doing something in space, and it's not just taking out a U.S. satellite and causing the U.S. to go blind over Taiwan. It's you're mucking up the orbit for everybody that uses it and needs it. I also think that norms play a role in here, and I know we've had a lot of conversations about space law, and I know you two in particular, are probably interested in that part of it. Even short of hard law, I do think there are norms that we can strengthen in space. Part of the problem with our deterrence approach, in my opinion, is we don't do a good enough job of communicating what actions we want to deter, what we're willing to do in the event that those actions happen, and then developing the reputation, the resolve that we will actually do those things. So, when Russia launched its ASAT, what was that, November 24, I think it was, and actually put the ISS in danger, there was very little response. There was a lot of hand-wringing and like, you shouldn't do that. But we didn't do a good enough job ahead of time signaling that this is something you should not do. And it's hard for the US because we've done it twice. But then, signaling what it is the response will be in the event that somebody does a kinetic ASAT or something along those lines that threatens space. And then, because we haven't done those things, we've sort of lost the opportunity to have resolve. And so we need to rebuild that credibility. And it's hard. Once you've lost credibility, once you've lost resolve, it's hard to build it back up. But I do think it is critical for us to at least think about and consider as part of a deterrent space strategy or cyberspace strategy. I don't know if that answered your question, but I think it's a fundamental problem of deterrence in space. I don't think it's necessarily unique to space or cyberspace. I mean, this was always a challenge going up to the Kennedy administration, where we had massive retaliation. But what if there's a Soviet action that doesn't actually, elicit a massive retaliation from the United States? What if there are things short of war that the Soviets are doing to expand their influence? How do we respond to that? I think that's the same problem we're dealing with in space and cyberspace today. It's a different domain. It's maybe different solutions, but it's not necessarily unique or new.
Thank you for that. I think we have time. You got like about a minute or 2 minutes until we go on break. If anybody has any final questions for Dr. Miller, and I know Dr. Tepper is going to shoot you some of the feedback as well, sir.
That'd be great. Thanks.
I just had a quick question jumping in. As we talk about attribution a lot in space being quite difficult, and I think your paper really mentioned that, but I think as technology gets more advanced, where we can actually probably start attributing things easier in space or with more certainty, I'm just wondering how, and even if we just use this as a hypothetical, as attribution maybe becomes easier or a little bit more technologically feasible in space, how will that impact your kind of approach to deterrence theory? And do you think it would take a more terrestrial approach, or would it still be unique? Like, would those still kind of like unique aspects of outer space be in play? I don't know if that makes sense, but thanks.
Yeah, no, it does. And it's something it's one of those interesting things where, like, the first 15 years of my career, I focused on terrorism, and I actually see a lot of parallels between that study and applying these things to space, because even what I think, even if we develop technology, space domain awareness improves and we sort of know where everything is and who it belongs to and what its capabilities are, I think the challenge will still be intention. Like, if we say, okay, these two crafts collided, okay, but was that actually an intentional hostile act? Was it an accident? Was it incompetence? Was it, miscommunication somewhere? I think that will still be part of the domain, even if we, get infinitely better domain awareness or situational awareness. And I think that parallel to terrorism is interesting to me, because, like, about 50% of actions the perpetrator will claim responsibility, and so we know who it was and why they did it. But in those other 50%, we have no idea often who carried out the attack or why. And we're often kind of like flying blind, trying to figure out, okay, how do we deter those attacks where we don't actually know who did it? I think part of the problem also will be, as space becomes even more democratized and more open and accessible, you're going to have more non-state actors. One of the other projects I'm working on is future space terrorism. And I think as you have more non-state actors who maybe don't want to claim responsibility for certain things, even having the technology of the domain awareness will still be a challenge in those situations. So yeah, I mean, I think it's a really relevant question. Thanks.
Thanks for the response. That's fascinating. Yeah, but maybe if we can technologically attribute, we might not be able to get the intent still. So thanks for that. I know that we're 2 minutes over, I think, in our scheduled break. So I don't know if now's a good time. Professor Tepper, what do you think?
Yes, thank you for Gregory and Matthew and Samantha. Let's take a 10 minutes break. We will come back at 2:32, so in like 10 minutes, and we will continue this session. Hello, everyone. Back from short pause. I think we can move to the next paper of Mahesa. Samantha, would you like to present the paper?
Yes, I'd love to. Thank you. So next we'll hear from the discussant, Mahesa Suprobo, who will be discussing Jonathan Sawmiller's paper, Eliminating Artificial Silos in the Age of Convergence, Revising Joint Doctrine for Space and Cyberspace Operations. And so this paper, just a brief overview, examines how modern space systems are increasingly vulnerable to cyber-enabled threats, and also argues that U.S. military doctrine hasn't kept up with this reality. It shows some current deficiencies in space and cyberspace, mostly creating artificial silos that blur legal authorities, operational responsibilities, and escalation risks when operations target satellites digitally. So the paper draws on international space law and ultimately proposes revising doctrine to treat the cyber space operations as a subset of offensive space ops rather than traditional cyberspace attacks. And I think the author sums it up best himself by saying that revising U.S. military doctrine and the policy definitions that flow from doctrine to distinguish between terrestrial cyberspace attack and space cyber warfare as a subset of offensive space operations would better align military operations with technological realities. So it's a fascinating paper, and I'm pleased to introduce a little bit more about the author. Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan K. Sawmiller is a United States Air Force Deputy Staff Judge Advocate at Headquarters U.S. Space Command, where he advises on international and domestic law for global space operations. He's a career judge advocate and has served as a deployed rule of law advisor, cyber operations legal advisor, and air operations advisor. He holds a JD from the University of Idaho and an LLM in space, cyber, and telecommunications law, and has published widely on these areas. So pleased to turn it over to the discussant and the author.
Hey, good afternoon. This is Mahesa Suprobo. I'm pleased to present Lieutenant Colonel Sawmiller's paper. So this work arrives at a critical moment in our professional discourse. Colonel Sawmiller argues that to achieve effective power projection, we must move beyond the legacy mindset and treat space and cyberspace as distinct stovepiped entities. He makes the case that these artificial silos are increasingly out of step with the technological and operational reality of modern conflict. First, he identifies a significant doctrinal gap. He points out that our current joint publications were built for an era where domains were geographically and physically distinct. Today, however, we face convergence where the lines are blurred. He argues that by maintaining separate authorities and planning processes for space and cyber, we create internal friction that our adversaries who are increasingly integrated can exploit. This doctrinal lag essentially acts as a self-imposed barrier to the speed and synchronization required in modern battle space. Second major theme of the paper is the vulnerability of direct access. He highlights that the idea that orbital assets are isolated by the vacuum of space is no longer valid. He focuses on the growing problem of direct connectivity between ordinary terrestrial devices and satellites. This is a profound shift. Vulnerability in civilian network or personal device on the ground can now provide a direct vector into an orbital system. This bypasses traditional defense parameters and forces us to rethink what constitutes space asset and a space threat. Finally, the paper proposes a move toward a unified space cyber power projection. This isn't just about two domains working together. It's about defining space cyber warfare as a singular functional effort. His thesis is that if we cannot define the problem as a unified one, we cannot organize a project project power effectively. He pushes us to look at the entire kill chain, from the terrestrial user to the orbital effect, as one continuous ecosystem that requires unified command and planning. Just a few points of feedback, and then I do have a few questions after that to follow up. First is kind of broadening the area of responsibility. Colonel Sawmiller provides a masterful definition of the why for doctrinal challenge, but I believe we must go further to achieve true convergence. My primary recommendation is to expand his proposed SFDD1 definition of space cyber warfare beyond just information technology and orbital link segments to include the whole of space enabling infrastructure. This captures the physical reality that space power is functionally inseparable from the terrestrial power plants, manufacturing supply chains, and logistical nodes. While labeling JP312 as a terrestrial cyberspace provides a clear boundary, I'm concerned that we are simply moving the artificial silos rather than removing them. Instead of segregating the U.S. Cybercom's area of responsibility, the doctrine should capture the whole of mission through shared responsibilities and jurisdictional overlap. This ensures that the logical path of an adversary, which sees no physical boundaries, never hits a jurisdictional handoff that could cost critical response action time. And while the paper excellently identifies the problem of direct access between civilian devices and satellites, it needs to move from the problem to the solution. Specifically, it should address how modifying these definitions would trigger the necessary flow of information and authorities across traditional command boundaries. So overall, I was actually pretty excited to read this document, and I was getting more excited as I was reading it along. And then at the very end, out of 9 pages, he kind of spends maybe 2 paragraphs on a potential solution. So some of the big things that I would be interested in is seeing, how some more options and proposals for solutions, and also exploring the one that you've proposed so far. I do have a few questions, but maybe we can wait for if anybody else has questions.
You have no hands go up, Maz, so please feel free with your questions that are following right on from that.
Okay. So first question regarding proposal to segregate JP312 as a terrestrial, are you concerned that we might be creating new jurisdictional hurdles rather than true convergence? Specifically, how do we ensure that a handoff between US Cybercom and US Spacecom doesn't create a delay in response actions where the adversary could be lost in the logical transitions of the network?
Oh, perfect.
Yep, we can hear you.
The old unplug USB and replug USB. All you have to do is kick it and it works every time.
Traditional IT.
Yeah, hey, Mahesa, I appreciate the great discussion, overview, the feedback, and the questions. When it comes to jurisdictional boundaries, I find that's actually an interesting question, and the reason that I proposed a broadening of offensive space operations to capture cyberspace attack against space systems was based on the jurisdictional boundary of the Outer Space Treaty, which governs space activities in outer space. And a different set of rules, the due regard obligation, the principle of freedom of use, apply in outer space than apply in terrestrial cyberspace. And so the proposal was to model doctrinal distinctions based on legal distinctions that arise from the Outer Space Treaty.
Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah, I was going to say, I sympathize with your argument, and after almost 20 years in a military where you may have a box that performs a function, and what you call it just depends on who that box happens to be assigned to or belong to. It might be ISR in cyberspace, it might be EW, it might be a space operation. Call it all the same thing to get the mission done. We live in a world where everything is increasingly interconnected. And John Perry Barlow's idea of cyberspace is some phantasmagorical domain that's somehow separate from the physical worlds, I think becomes increasingly ill-suited for an organizational construct. And so, ultimately, if you followed the argument to its conclusion, I think you would perhaps wind up with the elimination of cyberspace as a distinct operational domain for military purposes. And you would simply have connected network devices that existed in physical domains.
Yeah, no, I followed that in there. No, I agree with that. But you did this. Maybe I misunderstood what you wrote, but it seemed like you wanted to draw the line where you gave Spacecom that broader aspect to encompass all that stuff. But while at the same time, the way you're proposed the change in definitions in the joint publications was actually more restrictive on the Cybercom commander. So if I were the Cybercom commander, given the responsibility for all of cyberspace, which cyber is permeating in all things, and it doesn't always think of whether something is terrestrial. Because when I think of open shortest path first or the GDP, not GDP, the gateway protocol, sometimes it traverses space, sometimes it doesn't. It just kind of depends if space assets are the target. Everything originates terrestrially because right now we don't have people on the moon trying to hack satellites. So just trying to follow that path to provide the responsive actions, stuff is going to be all over the place. And my concern, I guess, mostly is if my personnel are tracking down something and then that's a physical space asset and we realize it, do we stop there? Then we got to do through all the processes to hand off that situation to Spacecom to take over because it's a space asset. And I completely agree with you, definitely, that if Spacecom starts something, whether it's terrestrial or not, it probably should be able to do the same thing. If something originated to the sense from like a space to space, like one of the other discussions was, you see kind of where I'm going?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a question I've seen play out in real life many times. Whether what we're looking at is a bent pipe architecture where packets are flowing agnostic of path, or whether what we're looking at is a space system that is actually the target of the offensive operation, which I think are two different situations.
I agree. All right, next question. So instead of like redrawing that line to where Spacecom's limited, maybe broadening the language, because one of the things you mentioned was the overlap created some blurriness on or confusion, who's responsible now? Is there a way to, instead of moving the line back for Cybercom, having some kind of language for some kind of shared responsibility between the combatant commanders and how they handle stuff that play out, because things already need to be, from a strategic level, coordinated and deconflicted, similar to joint targeting. And I know especially in offensive operations, we don't do offensive cyber operations for the sake of doing offensive cyber operations. It's just another tool in the targeting toolkit if the commander thinks it's better to draw upon that.
Yeah, I mean, ultimately, all organizational constructs in the U.S. military
kind of lost you. I think we don't hear you, Jonathan. I think for a conference on cyber, we have a bit too much technical issues, but it's part of life. Maybe until Jonathan reconnects, unplugs and plug again, which always worked. I can have a comment. So
and
you're back. So let me share my comments. So I agree with the argument of the paper. I mean, we can also make the counter argument that all domains are interconnected. The infantry can call on the Air Force and does that. So the infantry can call on the Air Force for help, and everyone is using everyone else. But I think that there is a distinct quality of the connection between the space and between cyberspace and the outer space. One of which is that basically every satellite is ICT systems. All our systems in outer space are ICT systems. So by definition, they are also part of a cyberspace, and more generally, it is more connected or even one than the other domain. So I agree with the main argument of the paper. Is Jonathan back, or maybe Mahesa, you want to continue?
I have one more question. So just with the proposal, I'm just curious. Of course, I'm interested in order of battle and structure of the forces. So, as in the Space Force, we organize, train, and equip. How do you see us building our cyber guardians specifically to tackle the problem set? How we have placement of troops in U.S. Cybercom versus Spacecom. If that line is drawn terrestrially, does that include the C2 nodes on the Space Force bases? Is that Cybercom's responsibility, or is that still Space Force's responsibility?
So the colloquium is also recorded, and there will be a transcript. So and we will share it also with Jonathan. So even if he cannot hear us, or maybe hear us say that, he will get it. I think there were some more comments. People wanted to say something until Jonathan. Maybe we can. Matt.
Yeah, on Mahesa's point, I think that's really interesting. I'd love to hear from Saul Miller, and I know it's recorded, so he'll be able to get all these and he can respond in kind. But on your point, going even a step further, let's even assume that certain commands were given, okay, supporting, and we're going to say, Space Command is going to be C2 nodes, and we're going to use the op centers, wherever, Vandenberg and other places. Even assuming all that, space still has such an issue with common operating pictures and getting the different systems to all work together. You have classification issues, especially in coalition operations. You have a problem of overclassification. You have info sharing. You have data sharing. Remember the CSPOC, how many times you'd have to say, well, this person can stay, that person's got to go, and it's really hard to mission plan. So if you even then go a step further and say somehow you have to have a common operating picture, not only of everything space, but you now have cyber as well, which formerly Cyber Command had all its developed software and all its things that have been siphoned off. And I know part of his point is that we need to not have the silos, but to think of some sort of common operating picture that is more than just, a VTC together in a classified space with cyber people and space people. When you're talking, if you're really, really trying to fully integrate those operations, kind of to your point, Matt, that would be very difficult, because that is a constant issue, especially for commercial actors that are trying to do mission planning and trying to be next to people in these op centers. They don't have access to the same things, and they're trying to build their own, op centers, but nobody's paying for it. So it's a huge issue. So I'd be interested also kind of the way Saul Miller thinks about all that and how he would recommend getting through the COP type limitations. I don't know if you have anything to add on that, Meza.
No, and that's agreed. I'm doing a SpaceSoft cyber course actually right now, and that's one of the questions that rose up was on the common operating picture. So yeah, I'm interested on his take in it as well. Maybe something I can integrate going into this other course.
And then sorry, Sam, I didn't mean to cut you off if you had something.
Oh yeah, no worries. I was just gonna add to the conversation that, that was some research I was doing back at Stanford, was trying to figure out what even would a common operating platform look like between all of our satellite constellations. And now it really goes to the second lieutenant who's commissioned, who's learning to operate these systems moving forward. So even at the doctrinal level, sure, big picture, but even at the little lieutenant level, you are siloed from the beginning because you're taught on one constellation and they all use different vendors. And that's just, it brings into kind of this other thing we've talked about vendor lock and these companies that have gotten in 30, 40 years ago are not wanting to let go of their hold on kind of their commercial grasp on the system of infrastructure they have. And I think that's also going to be a challenge as we try and integrate, is dealing with the commercial interests as well. And that was kind of one of my comments on Colonel Sawmiller's paper, was where are private actors moving forward in the doctrinal picture, not just as a roadblock, but also as an accelerator or maybe a tool as well. So that was just my addition. I don't know also if the transcript gets the comments, but I was going to read Mr. Miller's comment just so Colonel Sawmiller can also have that. Mr. Miller just asked if there's any difference between this and the seams that exist between other combatant commanders like Northcom and Southcom dealing with drug trafficking into the US. So that'll be an interesting comment to respond to. Thanks.
I think joint operations requires a lot of coordination and deconfliction anyways. I don't know if moving the definition of cybercom's responsibility to specifically terrestrial based, it's kind of like a more of, hey, keep your hand out of my soup or out of my Cheerios or whatever, versus maybe broadening those responsibilities, requiring more shared stuff between the commanders or something.
And I see a few folks have gone unmuted. Did they have anything that they wanted to add?
Tim, did you want to say something?
I just had one question then kind of for, I guess now at this point, for the record, and that is, Sawmiller argues that doctrine shapes how states interpret what is legally and strategically permissible. I'd be interested to hear if doctrinal reform moved forward along the lines he suggests. What changes in real-world operational planning do you think would be the most noticeable first? So, I mean, thinking about obviously what would be the biggest issue that maybe he views as tackling, but I mean, at a tactical level in terms of real world operations, where would you see the fruits of this most noticeably? Because you could say, well, if they're not siloed, the joint operations would be maybe more efficient or more effective, but also understanding that assumes a lot of the things that we're talking about, having an operating picture and having some commonality of operations. So I'd be interested to see where, practically speaking, I know he's done it at Space Command, where you would actually see the benefits of it first.
I think maybe Mahesa, if you will have some final notes before we move to the next paper. We have like 3 more minutes.
No, like I said, overall, I enjoyed the paper. It was great. I felt like you did a good job outlining the problem set, which I largely agree with. Just would like to see probably a little bit more exploration of his solution or potential solutions that he offers. And that's all that I have.
Okay. Matt, would you like to present the next paper?
Yes, absolutely. So we have Mr. Thompson up next. Is that correct, Dr. Tepper?
Yes. Yes.
So thank you. Mr. Thompson's on hegemonic Aspirations in various domains provides a sweeping and analytically rich account of how states have historically pursued dominance across land, sea, and air. And while those pathways cannot simply be transplanted into space and cyberspace, by grounding today's space-cyber rivalry in 5 centuries of hegemonic competition, Mr. Thompson gives us a critical reality check on what ambition, coalition building, and technological advantage really mean in the new domain. Mr. Thompson, Professor Thompson's teaching interests focus on international relations theory, conflict processes, and international political economy. His research interests are similar with a current emphasis on long-term historical structural change, the rise and fall of major powers, long economic waves and their consequences, and war impacts. His books include The Comparative Analysis of Politics with Monty Palmer, Contending Approaches to World System Analysis, Rhythms in Politics and Economics with Paul Johnson, Sea Power in Global Politics, 1494 to 1993 with George Moldesky, On Global War, Historical Structural Approaches to World Politics, War and State Making, The Shaping of the Global Powers with Karen Rasler, The Great Power and Global Struggle, 1490 to 1990 with Karen Rasler, and Leading Sectors in World Politics, Coevolution in Global Economics and Politics with George Moldesky, Great Power Rivalries, and the Emergence of the Global Political Economy. So we look forward to having Rob Frieden as discussant for Mr. Thompson's awesome paper. Over to you, Mr. Frieden.
Thanks very much. And I too am worried about connectivity. I'm here in rural Pennsylvania, and on a couple of occasions I've lost connectivity for no apparent reason other than Comcast is my broadband provider. So there you have it. I'm really impressed with the collection of people here and the interdisciplinarity of the conversation. I've also got a better appreciation as never before for the difference between peer review and being a discussant. A peer review typically requires that the reviewer have competency in the discipline that the paper applies. And I must disclose, full disclosure, I have absolutely no historical perspective. I'm not a historian. And that notwithstanding, I find great value in the paper. And it's very helpful to have different flavors, different disciplines addressed in our get-together. The paper provides a political, scientific, historical assessment of hegemonic competition in 5 domains: land, sea, air, space, and cyber. Comes as no surprise there. Professor Thompson provides insights on how leadership was established and lost over the centuries for land and sea, with a much less evaluation period available for air, space, and cyber, obviously. While acknowledging that each hegemony is domain-specific, Professor Thompson offers insights on parallels in how various affiliated groups, including tribes, kingdoms, franchised organizations, and ruling parties, achieve political, economic, military, and cultural dominance through a mix of leadership and persuasion, in addition to or in lieu of outright conquest and brute force. This historical perspective contributes to our interdisciplinary assessment of how nations compete for supremacy in cyberspace and outer space. The current great power competition between China, Russia, and the US has informative antecedents in this paper and in the history of prior domains. Professor Thompson takes us back centuries ago to understand the factors that contribute to hegemonic superiority. Current supremacy assessments seeks to identify first movers, entrepreneurship, technological innovations, new business methods and models But long ago, land and sea leaders could achieve hegemony and influence by exploiting geographical comparative advantages, such as superior access to horses. I found that very interesting about the Mongols. My daughter is an equine veterinarian, and I think she'd be intrigued to see how, at least long ago, before the increase in horsepower through railroads, that horses were a competitive and comparative advantage for the Mongols vis-a-vis others that didn't have a stable of horse assets. So horses were available for transport. Other variables in terms of measuring influence, leadership, and hegemony were proximity to coastlines and harbors, as well as real or potential and proximate competitors, military size and training, and funds for exploration and extraction of resources, for achieving territorial expansion and infrastructure build-out. And in fact, a migration in terms of who's the leader, who's in power, occurred when, as I said, the horsepower increases from equines to railroads. Now, challenges to leadership, including blocking and multiple competing coalitions of stakeholders, involve tactical errors, resource scarcity, and competition between land and sea stakeholders. Sea power advocates offered potentially more riches because they could move farther afield, and because they also could control, or only had to control, the sea lanes as opposed to the entirety of a body of water. Air power ensued later, evolved later, much later, but arguably augment our analysis of land and sea-based advantages with more effective and lethal warfare threats, including weapons of mass destruction and nuclear weapons. Professor Thompson evaluates space and cyber power with similar evaluative criteria, augmented by the somewhat imperfect ratings made by academic and commercial organizations. Today, great power competition was preceded by the 1957 USSR Sputnik launch and the race to the moon competition won by the US in 1969. Professor Thompson identifies several evaluative variables, but suggests that hard quantitative measures such as number of in-orbit satellites and launches might not provide an optimal assessment of leadership and hegemony. For example, I think that US leadership in the provisioning of the favored and preferred global positioning satellite service has great significance, along with comparative advantage in kinetic and non-kinetic weapons that have been designed and tested. Professor Thompson notes the conflict between assertions of national sovereignty and commercial first mover rights or autonomy versus global treaty-based national commitments to treat space as a shared commons. He also mentions that the space debris challenge, and I would encourage him to explore that area further. On the cyber domain, Professor Thompson again notes the difficulty in identifying the best predictive variables, but considers the National Cyber Power Index credible. This assessment considers who leads in assessing and protecting wealth, controlling and manipulating data, creating global definitions and cyber norms, acquiring the ability to destroy or disable an adversary's surveillance and offensive weaponry, and enhancing technical competence. Now, I have a number of questions, but I'm going to stop with one question to Professor Thompson. I noted in your bio that you are the recipient of several gold medals. Now, were these gold-plated medals? Were these gold-colored medals? Or were these solid gold, 24-karat gold medals for your masterful service to Indiana University and other universities, and also your public service. So what's the composition of those metals?
I haven't bitten any of them, so I don't know how solid they are. But I can guarantee you that IU didn't give a gold medal. They give a metal that's taken from an old bell, or pieces of metal from an old bell. So I assume it's bronze or something like that. But I haven't bitten it either.
Okay, well, before I ask some questions derived from the paper, I'd like to defer to you if you'd like to make any corrections in my assessment of the paper.
No, it's a fine assessment. I guess I'd add only one thing, is that towards the end of the paper, I raised the question of whether hegemony is a appropriate or best target given the current operating environment, in which it might be more better to aim for competitiveness as opposed and perhaps down the line leadership rather than hegemony. Given the competition for space in particular, it strikes me that we may be lucky if we can stay competitive. And I have very little ability to assess independently how competitive we are in terms of cyber power. But that's the only aspect that I think was not talked about in your good assessment.
Actually, that response dovetails with my first question, and this is totally unrehearsed. I thought that readers might benefit from an articulation of what countervailing techniques and tactics might work to dislodge a global hegemon, as has historically occurred on numerous occasions, and as you have documented. For example, do you think the U.S. risks loss of leadership in cyber and space through complacency, relying too heavily on import and export controls on Chinese equipment, FCC decertification of operating authority for Chinese telecommunications carriers like China Mobile? And in economic terms, how does a nation lose its competitive and comparative advantage?
Yeah, the appropriate answer to that is yes, and to shut up. But I suppose I can't get away with that. So basically, my argument is that leadership in the world system has always been predicated on technological leadership. That is, whoever has the best technology for a given time and space, and that includes the Mongols riding their horses with guys shooting arrows faster than anybody can fire back at them. Is the basis. So if you're asking me how you get leadership, you develop technological leadership, and we seem to be losing that. One way you lose it is if you rely on banning, well, initially telling competitors that they can't compete, which was one of the first Trump edicts, and followed by a number of different administrations, bans on high-tech equipment, chips, whatever, that might help the competitors to get ahead. That's been tried repeatedly, going back the last 500 years in terms of even British American problems. People were smuggling industrialization products out of Britain to America, which was Britain was also trying to keep that alone in its own island as opposed to diffusing it out. And it's very difficult to do that. What happens is that the competitors, if they're true competitors, figure out how to get around the bans and come up with their own improved instrument, which seems to be what's going on in terms of American-Chinese leadership now, or rivalry now. How do you lose technology in general? There are a variety of things that That's a complicated issue that would require a book to get into. But basically, complacency is part of it. And in the American case, there has been a repeated refrain that America has the technological lead in almost everything when it doesn't have that particular lead anymore. That's an indicator of complacency. The another way you lose it, however, is to sort of jump off the way in which the world is heading. For example, if the world is heading towards renewable energy and electric vehicles, you act as if that's not something that's practical, and try and build bigger cars and SUVs out of Detroit. And you limit your market. You limit your competitive nature with those sort of decisions, and that's been done repeatedly historically as well. So bad decisions, bad leadership, various psychological sentiments that come into play after you've been in the lead for nearly a century. It's hard to break free of that self-perception. Hard to imagine what it's like to be number two trying to get ahead. So there are a variety of factors involved.
I noticed that if you were to write an additional book, it would probably be your 45th or 46th, which is a couple of dozen more than yours truly. Now, yesterday there was a discussion of Clausewitzian maximization of firepower, shock and awe. And I'm just curious as to your sense of whether that is what it takes to acquire or perpetuate and maintain leadership, because particularly in space, there's sort of mutually assured destruction if we reach a Kessler syndrome, tragedy of the commons, or if weapons of mass destruction cause calamity in space or terrestrially. So I'm curious whether you think that there are certain regulators, self-regulators that cause maybe greater discipline or forbearance in the space or cyber space sectors because of mutually assured ruination and rendering space unsuitable.
I'm running through all my Star Trek episodes in the back of my mind, thinking about the various cases that you might illustrate. I think shock and awe makes sense if you're talking about American military power applied to a situation like Iraq back in either 1992 or 2003. In outer space, it strikes me that shock and awe would not be a consistent, successful routine, given that the kind of power that can be projected into space, in my imagination, in the near future, my near future is the next century, will be highly limited. And at the same time, the vulnerability is so great that I suppose there's a first advantage. Whoever fires first might be able to enjoy the first shock. But it would seem to me it would take more than a century to get into a situation where you're talking about large fleets of vessels taking on other large fleets of vessels along that line. The kinds of battles we might fight on Earth now, it'll take a while before we're getting around to that. So I don't think shock and awe will be a strong characteristic unless somebody can figure out how to knock out all our satellites at one time, which I gather is not totally inconceivable. That would be a shock and awe tactic that would be highly successful. And I suppose it's something that people worry about on a daily basis. But other than that, I think we're talking about more marginal kinds of conflicts where, you're you're trying to feel each other out and trying to preserve your survivability. At the same time, you know, that you don't know exactly what you're facing. Those kinds of encounters where very tentative kinds of conflicts would be employed. That would change once bases get sent into space and put on different planets, I suppose. But I don't know how long that is ahead of us as well. We'll see, I gather, within 10 years or so.
Right. I have two related questions. I'm going to pose one more and pitch it back to the group for questions if they have some. There's a premise, I think you refer to it, that leadership on Earth typically can be leveraged or extended into space and vice versa. Do you think there's anything specific or different about the leverage potential from Earth to space and space to Earth insofar as telecommunications and remote sensing and economic extraction of space resources? Is in other words, is space and cyberspace different from sort of traditional leveraging?
I don't think so. I think the basic rule is that power refracts over distance. That is to say that your ability to project power at greater distances diminishes, and that space is just simply a grander scale situation of that. So that it's more diminished in trying to project power hundreds of thousands of miles into space as opposed to, say, 2,000 miles on land.
Fair enough. We've got about 10 minutes. I want to hold my last question in abeyance to defer to the group if there are questions. Professor Tepper.
Yeah,
please.
I have a question. The paper talks about the importance of technology for hegemonic power. I wonder also how do you see the element of command of the commons? If an argument that says that, or what do you think about an argument that says command of the command is a precondition for hegemonic power? Traditionally, that was the command of the open seas. And in our age, it extends to command of the space cyber commands. So if the US wants to continue its hegemony, it needs to have a command on the space cyber commons.
Yeah, command of the commons is the only thing I'd say is that that's an extension of technological leadership. In other words, the people that were able to control the sea lanes did so because they had better ships than their rivals did, and they also had more of them. They had the ability to make more boats and ships and send them out and keep them out there as long as they needed to protect trade. With air power, you know, it took decades to develop that kind of lead on everybody else in the ability to be able to, let's say, deliver bombs over a long distance. And there was a long time in which that technology was not all that sophisticated. When I was 10 years old, I lived on a base in North Africa, in Morocco, that was shared with the French Foreign Legion, but also had B-52s that could make it to the Soviet Union. And that was the way they could get to the Soviet Union, because they were stationed forward of what American bases were. And then within a decade or so, that became old-fashioned, and you moved on to other kinds of skills and technology. it's no different. The ability to put people into space is based on very complicated technology that is still trying to be worked out. And my sense, however, and I would also add that I find it more or less likely that any single state will be able to control the commons to the extent that it has worked on Earth in space in the next century. As long as there's so many competitors. I mean, there are a number of states, but primarily US and China, that are competing at a level that's not exactly the same, but it's closer than anybody else in the pack. As long as there are that many competitors, it's going to be very difficult for any one state to have a strong lead for a very long period of time. And right now, it's hard to argue that anybody has a strong lead. That's clear, as it has been demonstrated on Earth in terms of either sea power or air power.
Any other questions from the group? Well, as you're thinking about a question, I want to sort of dovetail this last question with the prior question about leverage. So there's space to Earth and Earth to space leverage and sort of extension. Does that model of extension or leverage apply from governments, militaries, to private actors? So, for example, historically in telecommunications, the sun never set on the cable and wireless telecommunications enterprise because, in part, they were able to leverage British leadership over the sea lanes and colonization globally to acquire the telecommunications franchise, which, by the way, was very lucrative. So going back to the issue of leverage into cyber and space commerce, do you think it's something that is amenable to a peace dividend or extension from military to industrial and commercial players?
Well, I'm not quite sure what the question is. Are you asking, does, let's say, commercial successful, let's say, avoidance of cyber penalties for that depend on its connections to governmental/military technological capabilities? I would say definitely. If you're talking about dividends, which would be military technology passing on to industrial technology, I would assume that's going on as well, but I'm not sure that I'm zeroing in on what your question is.
Right. My point is that cable and wireless historically wasn't a first mover, wasn't an innovator, yet they got very, very lucrative franchises in British colonies. And, you know, it was almost like gold treasure was sort of just foisted upon them by the fortuity of being a British enterprise. So that was, you know, the fortuity of being a British corporation, perhaps having connections to royalty and whatnot. My question is, irrespective of whether there's, you know, national heroes in the trade vernacular, is it possible to leverage U.S. hegemonic leadership in national security applications into other commercial sectors? There's so many new sectors, you know, mining, asteroids, space tourism, new launches, remote sensing and whatnot. Is leadership and superiority in the defense and national security sector something that can be leveraged into other commercial sectors? Is what I'm after.
Yeah, but if I answer that question accurately, I'm afraid Elon Musk will ask for more government contracts. So it seems to me that's clearly going on now. And it's an unusual dependence in this case, however, on the part of the government for commercial support for extending their power into space, which was never quite the case before. And you get into a situation now where it's not clear that the commercial actors have the same motivation or goals as the governmental actors have. And there could be considerable problems there, which doesn't speak well for the future of American leadership in space technology. If it works out in the worst case scenario kind of thing, where you've got commercial actors simply exploiting access to governmental funds and activities for their own purposes. Say, for example, Musk wants to go to Mars and the United States government wants to go to the moon. Who wins in that kind of a battle? I don't know. Wait and see.
Yeah, you've answered the question very well. So I was curious whether in some instances the first mover is the commercial player, not sort of privatization or commercialization of technologies that first were contracted by government. We're seeing that as well. We're running out of time. I'm going to defer to any questions. I know we're consensus by exhaustion, it looks like. So we're about a minute ahead, but I very much appreciate the opportunity to visit with you.
Thank you for your comments.
If there are no comments, I think we can proceed to the last, but definitely not least, paper for today and for this colloquium. So the title of the paper is the Space Cyber Nexus in 21st Century Grand Strategy, Organizing Polycentric Regionalism. The authors of this paper are Kunqing Ling, which is he's a professor of military and security studies at the U.S. Space Force Starcom Delta 13 and SAIS John Hopkins. David Chen from China Aerospace Studies Institute at the Air University, the U.S. Air Force, and Tim Riley, who is a Scott Pollard Research Institute at the University of Cambridge. The discussant of this paper is Sam Wisner, but before Sam, just if David and Tim, if you can introduce yourself in a few words.
I think that was perfectly fine. We can just jump into the topic.
Tim, would you like to say a few words of introduction before we hand it over to the discussant? I think also Tim.
Are you asking people to give a little bit of personal background, Aitan?
Again?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Introduce yourself, please.
Tim Riley. I'm from the Scott Polar Research Institute at Cambridge. So this is the oldest polar institute in the world. And the linkage really is, as many of you will know, in terms of ground stations, what's happening in Greenland now, NORAD, hypersonics, and all the rest of it, is very much, there's a lot of it associated with the Arctic region. So I'm a Sino-Russian so-called expert on the Arctic. So I look very much at Chinese moves and Russian already incumbent there, but especially Chinese moves into the region, and a lot of which is climate research, which, as many of you will know, is really a mask for a lot of research into the ionosphere and things like that. So I'm really looking at the linkage between the Arctic and space, and especially with regard perhaps to the governance opportunities there, and some of the things we've heard already about today of the global commons and the Chinese attempt to suggest that the Arctic should also be part of the global commons. The inference of that being, of course, there's no real assertion of law out in the global commons. And this is rather, a disturbing sort of factor there. So that's what I really look at. I work with US Space Force now and with Professor Lin at at Johns Hopkins. And that's really my contribution today really is on the geopolitical side of this and the Sino-Russian and how to look at the SCN in broader grand strategy terms. Thank you.
I will just add that anything I have to say today is on my own personal behalf and not on behalf of any organization or government.
Over to you, Sam.
All right, good. Well, since since this session is what is keeping everybody from their Friday afternoon vodka martinis or whatever is your beverage of choice, hopefully we can make this a sharply focused conversation. I'm not going to introduce myself again. For those of you who were at the colloquium earlier today, I've done that already. You can go to LinkedIn. As I said, you can find my obituary there. First, some apologies. I am, at best, a faux academic. I'm a former businessman, government executive, FFR DC director, Georgetown adjunct. So my observations on this paper and on anything else should be taken as those by an informed, hopefully informed layperson. Doctors Chedley and Riley offer, in my view, quite what we would call a tour de rampe regarding the question of how the intersection of space and cyber are reflected now and might be reflected in future in grand strategy. They do so by offering a well-recognized, at least it seems to be, to my knowledge, framework for the analysis of factors that bear on grand strategy, namely variable, process, and blueprint components. In other words, how do the varying inputs affect results? What is the process by which the effects of this intersection might be analyzed? And what is the overall framework for analysis and action one might offer? I'm going to defer to the authors to tell me in their response if I'm correct in these definitions, and apologies if I'm not. The paper discusses the nexus of space and cyber power. It offers observations about the borderless nature of space and cyberspace, as well as contrasting views, contrasting approaches, sort of the US global commons view versus China's sovereignty approach of these domains. Particularly in cyber is the area with which I've been familiar up to this point, space more recently. And it offers that the intersection represents a new domain for the exercise of power, or at least for the contribution of the exercise of power within a country's grand strategy. The paper also notes that attribution can be difficult, here's a surprise, to ascertain regarding weapons tests and real attacks in cyberspace, that barriers reflecting deterrence may be lower, and that middle powers and even some non-state actors might have grand strategies of their own that reflect power, the use of power at this nexus. By the way, the authors define this as SCN or Space Cyber Nexus. I think you all knew that. Some truth in advertising. I've written on this question of sovereignty in cyberspace, though clearly not with the erudition of these authors. I've discussed China's sovereignty-centric approach to cyberspace, its view on governing what it regards as sovereign territory, and my view of China's attempted expansion globally of this sovereign cyberspace territory. I've also spoken on the convergence of space and cyber systems. The paper provides quite a nice review of recent and not so recent cyber attacks and possible weapons tests going back to 2011 and reviewing Russia's attack on Viasat at the outbreak of its war in Ukraine. The paper does not treat in detail GPS jamming, which is something the authors might want to address in a revision in my view. I say this because the Space ISAC, the organization for which I serve as board chair, has been tracking GPS interference and jamming. We've seen rather a lot of it. We've seen patterns, and I think it's sort of interesting to watch. The paper does a fine job of describing aspects of the SCN as distinct from more traditional great power domains, that is land, sea, and air. And in their words, transcendence of physical boundaries, but persistent sovereignty questions. And they note that while both space and cyberspace transcend territorial limits, States continue to assert sovereignty through legal and technical means. Space law constrains national appropriation but assigns liability for damage to the launching state, while cyber law oscillates between open network ideals and sovereign control. My own note here is that the concept of cyber law as it relates to international relations is a leaky process, prospect at best. They also talk about network effects. In their words, the SCN operates as a complex adaptive system with the impact of disruption scales nonlinearly with connectivity. Unlike traditional platforms, there's no singular center of gravity. For example, no single satellite constellation or data hub whose removal decisively alters outcomes. This architecture demands resilience through distributed networks like Starshield and the proliferated warfighter satellite architecture. And going back to the conversation that we just held with William, I would say that this is true. And where there are more constellations going up, including a one announced in the last couple of weeks, TerraWave, over 5,000 satellites that Jeff Bezos and company are hoping to loft, we're going to see enterprise-grade connectivity in space. They also talked about unpredictability and doctrinal surprise. Strategic and outcomes in SCN conflicts are inherently uncertain. Like cyber attacks, orbital engagements may yield cascading and unintended effects, undermining linear deterrence models. I think that's true, particularly if you get unintended effects and those unintended effects are accompanied by lack of attribution. Detection delays, they note attribution problems and hybrid escalation paths challenge the logic of preemption and stability. First mover and advantage and instability, we've heard about this today. It inherits the cyber domain's ethos of preparation of the battlefield, creating incentives for early deployment and rapid escalation. There's a whole compression of time and space in SES operations, which amplifies the use it or lose it dilemma and destabilizes crisis management. I will note that I was telling somebody earlier today that they ought to read Graham Allison's book about the Cuban Missile Crisis, which talks about signaling and crisis management, and ask yourself what aspects of that crisis would not be manageable today in an SCN operation. And finally, they talk about strategic ambiguity and dual-use complexity. The dual-use nature of SCN technologies blurs the boundary between civilian and military activity, and states exploit, at least I think they can exploit this ambiguity to coercive policies without overt conflict, complicating assessments of intent in relation to capabilities. I think this is true, particularly on my own view, in gray zone or hybrid conflicts. In their view and mine, these characteristics certainly provide analytic strategy and operational challenges. Consider the first mover advantage situation and challenges of attribution. Peter Scharfman of MITRE and I wrote a few years ago on the erosion of norms protecting space systems resulting from the convergence of space and cyber systems. In the past, attacks on space systems were relatively rare, and they might have been constituted a prelude to war if the attack was seen as placing at risk a real national security system. And space systems were largely regarded as state-owned and sovereign. Attribution was more straightforward, particularly if the attack was kinetic. Indeed, US, Russia, China, and India all demonstrated kinetic space kill weapons, and they've done so, I think, with enough transparency to ensure that potential adversaries take into account their in their strategic calculation these capabilities. But cyber is different. Attribution can be tough, really tough. Effects aren't always predictable. Think of NotPetya's effects on ports around the world. Pretty sloppy. Cyber criminals operate with seeming impunity, which means that norms which must be enforceable and enforced de jure in treaty or de facto, if not, don't protect cyber systems very well. This seems to be true despite the agreement in principle reached between Presidents Obama and Xi. And as space systems and cyber systems become increasingly interdependent, the norms of protected space systems seem to have become as difficult to enforce as is nailing cyberspace to the wall, or somebody says, nailing Jello to the wall. The authors do a really good job, by the way, of describing the continuing convergence of space and cyber, through the ongoing nature and pace of activity in this and though the ongoing nature and pace of activity in this regard is frankly astonishing. I personally recall this convergence some years ago when NASA made available via AWS its Mars rover imagery and wondered what might prevent a cyber bad actor from using this converger to crash the rover or at least annoy a few Martian pedestrians. And this may be why Martians get so nasty when they visit Earth, if you've seen those movies. If so, would we would have finally some explanation, as I said, why these movies take place. What's happened recently, ever since this draft, the draft paper was made available, is impressive. Ukraine continues to use commercial imagery, but is now coupling it with an AI data room to speed analysis and defense against Russia's air assault. AWS is working on space-based data centers and cloud services, and lunar plans are not unlikely. I talked for a little while ago about Jeff Bezos. His Amazon space constellation aims to put 3,000 satellites in orbit for global coverage. They've announced TerraWave, a planned constellation of over 5,000 satellites to provide enterprise connectivity. Starlink has lofted over 9,000 of its initial constellation of 12,000 satellites, with as many as 42,000 envisaged. Tall people remember to duck. Global information technology infrastructures and the critical infrastructures they support rely increasingly on space systems. I've had these conversations with the Department of Homeland Security, and they recognize this, even though space systems themselves have not yet been defined as designated a critical infrastructure sector. Space systems rely increasingly on existing and planned information technology infrastructures, with some companies now offering commercial ground station as a service within their portfolio. The authors also touch on the increasing use by national security organizations of commercial space systems. Ukraine relies on Starlink and Viasat, and the U.S. intelligence community has purchased commercial imagery. SpaceX's Starshield constellation is built explicitly for national defense, and Space Force's proliferated warfare space architecture reflects much of industry's approach to proliferated low Earth orbit or PLEO development. While the authors do not cover in detail all of these points, the paper does, I think, reasonably infer their development and implication. Where does the paper leave us? Well, Professor Tepper's original formulation of SEN points to a system that is beginning to exercise dominion over existing conventional domains. As in his words, Professor Tepper's words, enabled by AI, quantum computing, and intermeshing networks, SEM will have universal and hierarchical effects over a range of activities and actors and interests. It will compel American and Chinese 21st century grand strategies to go beyond the domains of the silos of domains linked by untenable assumptions of independent effects and governance paradigms, to focus on relative interactive dynamics in inherently multi-domain settings. Ethical issues will also receive appropriate problematization and reframing in a dominion setting. By the way, I hope that's true. I'm not necessarily personally confident that I believe it. Such as the relegation of human judgment in highly autonomous systems, and more broadly, the legal and moral implications of fourth IR warfare. My own view, by the way, is that the exceptions raised this morning relating to surveillance from space are certainly likely to be raised as exceptions here. Let me sort of finish at this point. I can go on, but I think I've gone on really long enough. I agree overall with Professor Tepper's conclusions, but I'm compelled to add one of my own. The speed of action in this no domain, or the effects actions in this domain will have on other domains, will compel grand strategies to take into account faster decision-making and action-taking with due regard to the network effects these decisions and actions will have that will exceed human experience. We really will not know how to manage at the speed at which these things will occur. Strategy will, I think, have to yield to temporal reality. Thanks for your attention. I look forward to our discussion, and hopefully I've left some time for it to take place. Thank you. Over to our authors and to the audience.
Thank you, Sam. David and Tim, Would you like to respond or have additional comments?
Or tell me how wrong I've got it.
Tim?
Tim's taking a breath. He's getting ready. I can see it.
I was just going to say the last point you made. I think this is quite an interesting one, which we didn't cover entirely. But your comment about the speed of how things will operate, we make a sort of overall strategic comment, which is kind of a statement of the obvious, but I think it's still very important that the emphasis, therefore, is not necessarily in countering this or thinking about this to counter to this sort of speed of operations, is to shift really from one of capabilities which we are aware of onto intent. And one of the things that we didn't actually answer because we felt it was moving a little bit away from the exam question really was, if things are moving so fast now that we have to move to sort of forward defense, which is already established in the military, for instance, if we move towards intent, we really have to think then about the incoming effect of quantum and how that will massively change this in terms of the intention. So that means that ISR, domain awareness, situational awareness, these aspects will actually have to improve quite dramatically in order to stay with it. So that would be the sort of first point I would make, just as that a mental shift towards intent and all that implies. From the point of view of the second point I'd make is that what we're trying to do is to avoid from a policy point of view of perhaps overcomplicating it by saying, is there SCN the sixth domain of warfare? We steered away from that and left that to the military people to really discuss. But what we were saying, therefore, that is it just another domain? And the view that came across is that a domain is specific knowledge, specific geography, and specific abilities. But a dominion is really the exercise, and the key word is the exercise of power and rule, and to some extent sovereignty. But implicit in it, in the dominion's definition, is one of authority. And I myself personally think that one of the things that we may look towards is the complexity of sovereignty, which we've heard today, in comparison or in alignment with law and how we control the air. Maybe a way to think about this is authority. And that's why I think the concept of dominion is there, because you are exercising power and control and some sovereignty. But what you're really doing is everybody recognizes that you have authority, which is what the USA has, for instance, today is the superpower. It's not necessarily got sovereignty over other countries, but it certainly has authority, and that gets things done. So the idea of dominion then is to say an overview of all domains there and how they all interlock with it, rather than trying to see it as a separate warfighting domain and or as a separate constituents of space, outer space and cyberspace. So that was the idea behind a definition of dominion, which also came in with a later definition, which you can read about the concept of frontiers, rather than looking at the SCN as a frontier as opposed to another domain. So I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, and I don't think I got the dominion point across in my remarks as well as I might have, and I apologize for that. May I ask you a question, Tim, or make an observation and have you comment on it? Deterrence theory requires a certain amount of mutual signaling, mutual understanding, and a certain amount of transparency, right? During, for example, the Cold War and the United States and the Soviet Union deliberately did not encrypt telemetry signals of their tests because we wanted the other side to understand our capabilities. And after the Cuban Missile Crisis, in terms of intent, we took steps so that we did not undertake things the other side would misinterpret and cause them to undertake responses that would represent a miscalculation. But in this new dominion, I don't know if I think that's true. In space, I think we are doing still a relatively good job of signaling capabilities and even possibly intent. Russia's talk that Russia was thinking of putting a nuclear weapon in space, I think was clearly, in my opinion, was clearly designed to let us know how far they would be prepared to go if they felt their core interests were threatened. And they were sort of leaving it up to us to figure out how they envisaged their core interests. But in cyberspace, where attribution can be difficult, signaling can be difficult, and miscalculation is, I think, entirely possible. You take a look at NotPetya, I think there was a huge miscalculation there. Or if there wasn't a miscalculation, then they were deliberately careless. In my view, I'm wondering what you think can be done to improve our understanding of intent at the SCN.
Well, I think there's the various components of deterrence, signaling and measures that were taken if you were not to listen to us, and of course, rounded up generally in terms of capability. So I do think that that third part is somewhere where there is a weakness, and I take your point about maybe there is sufficient level of intent, understanding of intent, and there's a sufficient level of signaling. But the third element that has to be there to make it credible is what will you do if you do cross that red line? And that's come up, I noticed, a couple of times today on this, and I think that is lacking. And you could say that's part of signaling, but it also needs to be structurally in place that if this is to happen, we will do the following. So I would certainly say that. But overall, deterrence and this business of signaling, I think I wouldn't say it's the heart of this, but it really probably needs a little bit more emphasis and a little bit up on the list of things to do, as it were, because it's very much linked into sort of strategic redundancy. It's to do with middling powers who are deliberately through cyber means are actually affecting the deterrence, the level of deterrence and its effectiveness. So I think I in general agree with you, but I do think we need to have the repercussions perhaps should be signaled more. And in fact, I think they need to be looked at, in terms of a phased and escalating response. From that point of view, I think that would be a good start, but it certainly needs to go up the agenda because, as I say, if its deterrence is affected, then suddenly it is already affecting strategic redundancy and things like that.
Well, I think that's right. And if one were to attempt a gradual degradation of one's opponent's space capabilities, with a sort of test, what's the threshold at which they would regard this as an attack on their ability to manage their deterrent forces, I think that's something that strategists are going to have to think about.
Yeah.
The old sort of ladder of escalation may not apply in the SCN. I'd like to get other people involved in this discussion, perhaps your co-author. Or are we detecting the free rider syndrome here today?
No, I knew that Tim would explain the Dominion concept much better, and I wanted him to get that across because I think that's an important contribution to the group, is to consider that the nexus of space and cyber domains may not be a domain in itself, but something else, something where it's defined by activity versus by holding territory. That doesn't really apply. That's not something that you do in this context. Maybe excludability has something to do with it. On the maritime domain, you can initiate a blockade and deny someone access to the maritime. But how do you deny someone access to the space cyber realm? Like, is that part of the equation? I don't know. I like the idea of domain or a dominion in terms of activity and operations versus something you hold. But yes, I took your last point to heart because that's part of the doctrinal surprise question that we try to address in terms of speed of AI ML enabled geostrategic considerations. And it's something that I've warned about in other forums to other interlocutors. The speed of evolution in PLA thinking is extraordinary. it is explicitly their project to leapfrog network centric warfare into some other new type. They believe that they are pioneering a new type of, what will become a dominant military doctrine, whether that's based on high energy physics or AI or shortening the OODA loop. The intention there is explicitly to get inside the US OODA loop. And how they do that, will definitely be germane to what you said about speed of action. Yeah, leave it there and see if there's anything else from the group.
Professor Tepper, you are one of the people who helped sort of define this dominion going back a few years. I wonder if you have any comments.
I like this this challenge to the premise of the project, which I see it as improving it. Indeed, the Space Cyber Nexus is different from the land of sea, and this is why also I use a lot the word nexus, and I also use the word domain, but more frequently nexus, because it is different, and I'm happy that the authors here kind of sharpen the unique character of the space cyber nexus. And this unique characters is also why is also another reason why we need to think carefully on a theory of space cyber power, because it is different than other domain, because it is different from a theory of sea power, air power, and the space power that we need to learn from. But we also need to understand the differences and how we may want to adapt what we learn from other domain to this dominion, as they call it. And also, we kind of reached the end of the day, and it actually connects well, because this paper and all of the papers that we discussed in the last couple of days. So the premise of this whole project is that the space cyber nexus emerged in recent years as a warfighting domain that will be a prime battlefield for superpowers in the 21st century, and that we don't have for this a theory of power, and that we should have. And of course, we don't have all of the answers, or even half of them. I do hope that we have some good questions. And then key to this project was that we convene a group of scholars and experts across government, industry, academia, nonprofit, kind of creating an epistemic community, and launching a discourse of what a theory of a space cyber power might look like. This colloquium of 2 days was better than I expected or could have dreamt. So I really want to thank all the authors, all the discussants, all the moderators, everyone who participated, everyone who contributed. I know that you worked more than in a regular conference, not just writing a paper, but presenting someone else's paper. So thank you very much for your effort, and I think we can all be very satisfied from the results. If anyone has some final comments, happy to hear.
I would just make one sort of overall point to leave you with, is that what we were saying is that in the SCN, the definition of power is shifting from one of territory and sovereignty and sovereignty more towards resilience and redundancy. Now, if that is true, there is a relationship in terms of between sovereignty and territory and all the rest of it, as we know. But as we move out in cislunar and further out interplanetary regions, the question then is, what value is sovereignty if it's no longer based on territory? And we're looking at resilience and redundancy. And this was the hint that perhaps a better way to look at it as we go further out into cislunar, where the sovereignty is literally decreasing almost by definition, that maybe a way to look at this is this concept of having authority, exercising power, and being acknowledged as an authority, which is not necessarily saying that there's no one else is an authority, but we are an authority. And therefore, the complexities of the law may almost diminish into cislunar, that area. Very hypothetical, but it's just a thought I would leave you with. Thanks.
Thank you, Tim. I think it is a key thought, because the concept of sovereignty that became like very key in international relations since the Peace of Westphalia is kind of challenged, and there is an attempt by countries to extend their sovereignty to the cyberspace. China is leading in that, so there is kind of a struggle. Who wins? Will the state manage to claim sovereignty in cyberspace and outer space or not? Deborah?
Hi, everybody. Sorry for joining late, but just a quick comment following up on Tim and some of the other people who are elaborating the concept of authority. I'm very troubled as an international lawyer at the comments on sovereignty, but I think you're all right. And I think what authority does, especially within the context of what we've been discussing over the past 2 days, is to really solve a lot. That direction solves a lot of problems and challenges that arise under space law right now with non-state actors. So once you've got the authority paradigm, the problems of the non-state actors and that whole the normative framework that doesn't apply to them right now goes away. So thank you for that. That gives a lot of food for thought. More to come, I think, later, but it's a really interesting concept. If you have any broader references to writing on that direction, I'd be grateful for them.
Sure. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah.
Sam?
Yeah, one point I might make is that I think we might be well served by considering other countries and their approaches to SCN and grand strategy. If, for example, this isn't tied necessarily to territory, and it's tied more to technological capability, Japan may want to couple concepts of SCN to its grand strategy. South Korea, particularly if these countries become somewhat uncertain about the US commitment to their security. And even if they are, they're being told that they're going to have to play a stronger role in concert with the United States. So countries that are told that they have to play a stronger role in concert with the United States means that they will need capabilities that will be interoperable with, or at least consistent with ours, or ability to express themselves at this space cyber nexus. So I think countries like France, Germany, potentially the UK, certainly Japan, which has a very active space program, and South Korea, where they're, I think, undergoing a reorganization in the government in terms of space domain responsibilities. But once that's done, I think we're likely to see more interest in how they couple strategy at the space cyber nexus to their overall grand strategy. And, I think we should also not leave out India, which has built a fairly interesting and increasingly impressive commercial space launch capability, which conducted a kinetic space weapons test, which was evident to all, including to their neighbors, which I think was intended. And I think they intend to be a contender, if not a global great power, at least a regional great power. Well, I think we need to perhaps consider broadening our examination of this topic to other countries. Thank you.
I suppose I know everybody wants to go, but I would say that just one counter to that is playing devil's advocate in terms of secondary powers. Cyber operations for them is sort of low cost, low attribution, and high strategic payoff, which is difficult to overcome. And it means they can, to some extent, hold US space assets at risk kind of asymmetrically. So in other words, enabling smaller states to impose uncertainty for US decision makers. And they can also use that position by playing in the SCN and with cyber tools to signal capability, but at the same time achieve their own deterrence, or even pursue the sort of revisionist aims of themselves. So I think what you're saying is correct, but like a lot in this arena, like the technology itself is pretty dual use. So the question for that, I suppose, would be a very old-fashioned US leadership to make sure they come the way that you were suggesting, Sam, and not the way that I was saying that as devil's advocate, they could possibly abuse it. But it does come down to old-fashioned leadership there and perhaps a little bit of strong arm.
From your lips to God's ears.
I think space, perhaps a bit more than other areas, does have high barriers for entry, which means that other than the 4 or 5 big powers, everyone else must collaborate with one of those powers in order to be meaningful actors in outer space, which means heightened dependency and potentially going more to even having to go more to be part of this or other coalition.
Sure.
Other final thoughts? So since this is a virtual colloquium, we cannot have a toast, otherwise we would end this like the tradition from McGill in Quebec with a glass of red wine. But we can do that virtually. I want to thank you all again. It was very fascinating. We will later share the video and the transcript of the conference, and we will engage with the authors as we are working through towards the publication of the book. So thank you, everyone, and have a nice Friday evening.
Good night.
Thank you.
Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you all. Thank you, Aitan.
Thank you.